Cultivation online audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 601, Demon Sealing Faction. Yuan, I have been wondering this ever since I learned that you are blind. But how do you see where you're going? You can move and even fight better than most people who can see. I almost didn't believe it when I first heard it. Wang Ming said to him as they walked down the street as one big group. Although I am blind, I am not actually blind. I can see using divine sense, Yuan said, and he began explaining to them about divine sense. The Grand Elders are spirit masters as well, but they cannot use divine sense. Wang Bingbing shook her head. By the way, what's the faction going to be called? Shi Lang then asked. Demon Sealing Faction, Yuan calmly responded. Demon Sealing? They all looked at him with wide eyes. Does this mean, yes, our purpose is to deal with the demons that will eventually break out of their seal? Of course, I don't actually expect any of you to fight the demons. I can handle them alone, but if you wish to learn how to seal demons, I can teach you. Really? You'll teach us how to defeat demons? Wang Ming exclaimed in an excited voice after what happened at the Jaded Garden. He wished that he had the ability to fight demons. If that's what you want, Yuan nodded. Sometime later, they arrived at the Cultivators Association that was as busy as ever with cultivators, mostly at the spirit apprentice level, walking around. Yuan took a deep breath, clearing the bad memories he had in this place, before walking inside with the others. Upon entering the building, Meixiu said, "Follow me." She brought them to the faction area, where people go to create or advertise their factions. "Hello, how may I help you?" The receptionist sitting behind the desk asked. "We're here to register for a new faction," Meixiu said. "A new faction, right? Do you wish to be an official faction, or merely a faction in name?" The receptionist then asked. "What's the difference? In order to become an official faction, you must pay a certain fee to be registered in the official faction list. As an official faction, you will get to advertise at our Cultivators Association and receive recognition from the government. If you only want to be a faction in name, you will still be registered in the system, but you won't be recognized as a real faction," the receptionist explained. "So, it's all about the money in the end, huh?" Wang Ming laughed, and he continued, "I don't think we need to pay them to be an official faction. Once the people realize who is running the faction, they will have no choice but to consider us official, right, Yuan?" "Wait, did he just say Yuan?" The receptionist doubted his ears. Then he realized that two of them were wearing masks, something Player Yuan was known for. Are you, perhaps, Player Yuan?" the receptionist asked the one that emitted the stronger presence. "Yes, I am," Yuan calmly responded. "Please, give me a moment." The receptionist then picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Yes, Player Yuan is here at desk number 3. The receptionist hung up after that sentence and returned to them with a nervous smile on his face. "Our chairman will personally take care of you, esteemed guests," he said. 2 minutes later, they could see a middle-aged man with a short but neat beard running in their direction. "Welg, welcome to the Cultivators Association. Player Yuan. I am Chairman Li, Chairman Zhao's replacement following his resignation. First and foremost, allow me to personally apologize for what happened previously. I promise that no such thing will ever happen again as long as I am the chairman." Chairman Li respectfully bowed to them. This attracted the people there. "Hey, isn't that person with the black mask Player Yuan? What's he doing back at the Cultivators Association? Did they offend him again?" Meanwhile, Yuan remained calm and said, "What happened in the past has nothing to do with you, so I don't understand why you feel the need to apologize to me. Just let it go." "Thank you for your pardon. Now then, how may I help you?" "We're here to start our own faction," Yuan said. "Of course, allow me to help you." Chairman Li then turned to look at the receptionist with an intensive gaze. The receptionist quickly stepped aside to allow Chairman Li to get behind the desk. This is the first time the receptionist has seen Chairman Li so eager to work their job. "All right, I'm ready. I just need the details now." "Oh, right, I nearly forgot. You need at least 10 people to create a faction, or I won't be able to register it in the system. We have 10 people here," Yuan said. Great. Then let's start with the name of the faction. Demon Sealing Faction, Yuan immediately said. Demon? Chairman Li looked at Yuan with a dazed face for a good moment before snapping out of it and typing it into the computer. As for the leader of the faction, I'm assuming it's going to be you, Chairman Li asked him a moment later. Who else is more qualified to be the leader than him here? Li Jinshi sneered, almost as though she was mocking his question. I understand. What about the vice leaders? You can have 2 of them at most. Yuan then said Meixiu and Chu Liuxiang. After typing their name into the system, Chairman Li spoke. Can I have the others' name now? Wang Ming and the others began giving their names one by one. Once all of their names were in the system, Chairman Li created their faction. Normally, a newly registered faction would need to be vetted first before they are approved, but with Chairman Li's position within the Cultivators Association, they easily skipped all of those steps and instantly got approved as an official faction. Congratulations, your faction, Demon Sealing Faction, has been created. If you ever need anything or have any questions, you're free to contact me at any time and I will do my best to help you, Chairman Li said to them afterward. Chapter 602. Qi Device. Does this mean we are done here? Yuan asked after their faction was created. Not completely. Your faction has been created, but we still need some more information, such as the location of your faction headquarters, and if you want, you can register your members' cultivation base into the system so that we can rank your faction, Chairman Li said, and he continued. Of course, the higher rank your faction, the more benefit you can receive. The location of our faction? Yuan mumbled. What if we don't have a location yet? He then asked. That's completely fine. It's not required to have a headquarter for your faction, but most factions have one, as it makes them look more professional. Also, it would make things more convenient for the members if they can all live in the same area. Yuan turned around and asked the others, Well, what do you guys think? We don't have any living quarters at the moment since we weren't sure if you wanted us to stay afterward, but we can live in hotels or rent out someplace near your apartment if it's too much to get our own headquarters since they're not cheap. Wang Ming said, If it's a money issue, we can simply ask our families for help. Li Jinshi said calmly, I think it's more of a location issue since I don't have any ideas where we should make our headquarters. Yuan said, If you need help looking for a headquarter, our Cultivators Association can help you. We have specialists for this kind of stuff. We will help you scout out areas based on your preferences, and we can give out loans with 0 interest if you need help with money. Chairman Li suddenly said, realizing that this is a perfect opportunity to make things right between the Cultivators Association and Yuan, whose faction will surely become a top power in the near future. Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding his head. Okay, we'll rely on you to scout for a place. Very well, just let me know the details and the Cultivators Association will do everything in its power to find you a suitable place. Are there any more questions? Then, can you tell me about the faction ranking and what kind of benefit we can receive? Yuan then asked. Of course, every faction can be ranked depending on its overall prowess and influence. From the lowest rank to the highest, we have bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and lastly, crimson. As for the benefits, you can receive monthly allowances and assistance from the Cultivators Association and all of our allies. Chairman Li then continued, The rank and benefits only matter if you join the Cultivators Association. The spiritual elites doesn't have any rank because we didn't join the Cultivators Association, but we would easily qualify for the highest rank. Wang Ming said, I see. Yuan nodded. Actually, you can still receive an official rank and some benefits even if you don't join the Cultivators Association. It just won't compare to those who join our Cultivators Association, and it'll be harder to get approved. Chairman Li explained, If we don't have to join the Cultivators Association to receive a rank, we will do it. Yuan then said, even though he couldn't care less about their rank, he wanted to see how they compared to the other factions. Very well, please give me a moment. Chairman Li then retrieved something from under the desk. This is a Qi device. It can analyze spiritual energy and determine one's cultivation with fairly good accuracy. It was only created very recently as well. Try it out, Yuan, and the others looked at this machine with raised eyebrows. Here, let me show you. Chairman Li then placed his hand on this machine before pressing a red button. A few moments later, the words 9th Level Spirit Apprentice appeared on the screen. Let me try next. Wang Ming was the first one amongst them to try out the machine. After putting his hands on the machine, he waited for the results. 3rd Level Spirit Warrior? Chairman Li's eyes widened with shock when he saw the results. 3rd level? That's not right. I'm actually at the 7th level Spirit Warrior. Wang Ming corrected him. What? Chairman Li looked at Wang Ming with a look of disbelief on his face. Maybe the machine isn't ready for cultivators above Spirit Warrior since most people are still Spirit Apprentices, Shi Lang said. That makes sense, Wang Ming nodded. If that's the case, there's no point for the rest of us to try it since we're all above Spirit Warrior and it won't be able to accurately tell our cultivation, Ji Murong said. Chairman Li was left speechless by Ji Murong's words. They were all above Spirit Warrior. Where on earth did so many geniuses come from? I'm sorry for the inconveniences. It will probably take some more time before these machines can handle Spirit Warriors. Chairman Li apologized to them. It might even take a few years before they can handle Yuan, who is already a Spirit Master. Wang Ming laughed out loud. Anyways, since we cannot accurately gauge your cultivation level, let's just focus on your headquarters for now. What kind of preferences do you have in mind, such as the scenery, the size of the building, and your budget? Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. I don't really care about the scenery or the location, as it's in a convenient area. As for the size of the place, I would prefer it if it could fit over 10, even 20 people comfortably. As for our budget, it doesn't matter either. Chairman Li continued to ask Yuan a few more questions about what he wanted for their headquarters. 15 minutes later, Chairman Li nodded. All done. Please give us a week to scout for your headquarters. I will notify you the moment we finish. Okay. Yuan nodded. It was a pleasure helping you. I look forward to the day your faction reaches the top. Chairman Li said to them before leaving the scene. Yuan and the others left the Cultivators Association shortly afterward. Chapter 603, returning to Cultivation Online. Where will you guys be staying until we have our headquarters? Yuan asked Wang Ming and the others. We'll probably rent a hotel somewhere close to your apartment. It'll only be for around a week anyway, Wang Ming said. What about you? What are you going to be doing in the meantime? Li Jinshi asked him as she was hoping to train with him while they waited. I am going to return to Cultivation Online. It's been a very long time since I last stepped foot in that world after all, he said. Cultivation Online, the elite disciples raised their eyebrows simultaneously. Although they have played Cultivation Online before, none of them took it seriously. Maybe he wants to get his mind off that incident by indulging himself in Cultivation Online. All of the elite disciples had a similar thought, so they didn't question him. Sometime later, Yuan and the elite disciples went their separate ways. I didn't think he'd really allow us to stay, Shi Murong said once they left. Why not? He's a very nice guy if you get to know him. Wang Ming said, Really, I feel nervous when he's around. His presence is extraordinary. That doesn't mean he's a bad person. In fact, he can be quite humble at times. Anyways, let's hurry up and find a hotel. I need to tell my parents that Yuan has officially created his faction. Shi Lang said. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Yuan said, Now that I have created my faction, I will leave everything else to you two Mishu Lulu. I promise you that I will make it the best faction in the world. Chu Liuxiang proudly patted her chest. What will the requirements be like? If we're even going to accept new members? Mishu then asked. I don't think we need any new members, and I don't like the idea of recruiting people that we don't know just for the sake of increasing our members, he said. Makes sense? Then what should we do? I think we can scout for headquarters, even though the Cultivators Association is already helping us with that. Chu Liuxiang suddenly said. Sebastian, bring my laptop. Yes, young lady. Sebastian then retrieved a thin laptop from their luggage before putting it on the desk. Chu Liuxiang opened the laptop and opened up a browser. We can look for headquarters using this. My Chu family has an intelligence agency, and I have special access to the system, so I can look at pretty much anything I want from this laptop. While Meixiu and Chuliuxiang looked at potential buildings they could use as headquarters for their faction, Yuan went inside his room and retrieved the console that allowed people to play Cultivation online. However, he no longer looked at the console in the same light as before, especially now that he knows Cultivation Online is a real world and this console somehow teleports them there. Yuan laid on the bed, and after taking a deep breath, he wore the console on his head. After turning the power on, Yuan could feel his consciousness being sucked away. He could feel himself flying through the void, and this feeling would last for a few seconds until he appeared inside Cultivation Online. Once he was back inside Cultivation Online, Yuan took a deep breath. "It feels like forever since I last logged on," he mumbled, as he looked at the scenery with his eyes, after using nothing but divine sense for the last few weeks. "It feels weird using my eyes to see. I wonder what the others have been up to." Yuan tried to contact them using their servant and master connection, but nobody responded to him, meaning they were too far away for the connection to work. Yuan looked at the sky and sighed. "Even though I have returned, where am I supposed to start? Where do I go for answers? The upper heavens. Maybe I can find my answers there, but I cannot go there without Xiaohua and the others." After pondering for a moment, Yuan decided to prepare for the stairway to heaven while he waits for Xiaohua and the others to return. However, he wasn't sure where to start. Then he remembered a certain promise he made with somebody. "That's right. I promised Senior Song that I'd visit her sect before I departed the lower heavens. Since she's also a top expert in this world, maybe she knows something about the stairway to heaven. Heavenly Melody Academy, huh?" Yuan then returned to the nearest city to ask around for the location of the Heavenly Melody Academy. Once he got the directions, Yuan went to the nearest teleportation device to teleport to the city that was closest to the Heavenly Melody Academy before flying to the sect on his flying sword. While he traveled to the Heavenly Melody Academy alone, Yuan realized that this was his first time traveling a long distance by himself. Ever since he met Xiaohua at the very beginning of his journey, he would always have somebody by his side. It feels so weird being alone. It's also a new experience at the same time. A few hours later, Yuan arrived at the Heavenly Melody Academy, and even at the sect's entrance, he could already hear music being played in the distance. "How can we help you?" the disciples guarding the gate asked him when he approached. "I'm here to see Senior Song, your sect master." "Sect Master Song? Who are you? Do you have an appointment with her?" The disciples immediately doubted his identity, as their sectmaster rarely receives any guests, and Yuan looked too young to be of any importance to their sectmaster. It was at this moment Yuan recalled that Song Linger had given him a jade slip so that he could contact her. Thus, Yuan no longer bothered with the disciples and retrieved the jade slip, sending Song Linger a message. "I am currently outside the Heavenly Melody Academy." Chapter 604, Heavenly Melody Academy. Sect Master regarding this year's disciple recruitment. A group of high-ranking sect elders stood before Song Linger as they talked about their future plans for the Heavenly Melody Academy. However, midway through their meeting, Song Linger noticed that one of her communication jade slips was trembling, and it was the one that she'd been anticipating for the longest. Seeing this, Song Linger immediately listened to the message from it. "I am currently outside the Heavenly Melody Academy." Yuan's voice resounded. "He's finally here." Song Linger stood up and shouted in an excited voice. This startled the sect elders, and they all proceeded to stare at her with puzzled looks. "The meeting will end early today. We'll continue this at another date," Song Linger said to them before leaving the scene in a hurry without explaining to them the situation. The sect elders could only speculate that something serious must have happened to cause her to leave with such urgency. Little did they know that she was only going to greet a young man at the entrance of their sect. Once Song Linger left the meeting, she quickly sent Yuan a message stating that she will be there shortly. Meanwhile, outside the Heavenly Melody Academy, the disciples guarding the gates said to Yuan, who had been standing outside their sect for a while now, "Excuse me, but you cannot linger outside the sect, so you'll have to leave. I am waiting for your sect master, who should be arriving here now," Yuan said to them in a calm voice. The disciples looked at each other before laughing out loud. "The sect master is coming here? Who do you think you are?" The sect master has never greeted anyone at the entrance before. I don't know what else to tell you if you're not going to believe me. Yuan shook his head. Now that he understood why the NPCs act like real humans, he no longer saw them in the same light as before. The disciples then approached him and said, "If you're not going to leave, we'll make you leave." "Are you sure you want me to leave?" Yuan looked at them with a nonchalant gaze. "Do you think we're joking?" The disciples then retrieved their weapons, but it wasn't what one would normally expect, as they were instruments instead of actual weapons. Yuan merely shook his head and turned around before walking away. Of course, he didn't actually leave the place. Once he was out of the disciples' sight, he stopped and began waiting there, as he was in no mood to deal with the unreasonable disciples. After all, the easiest way to deal with these types of people is simply to avoid them, and arguing with them would only escalate the situation. A few minutes after Yuan left the place, Song Linger showed up at the scene, which shocked the disciples there. "Sect master? What are you doing here?" The disciples guarding the gate asked after greeting her. They had a clue why she was there, but they didn't want to believe it, as they would definitely be punished if it was true. Song Linger didn't answer their question and instead looked around, but when she couldn't see Yuan anywhere, she frowned. "Hey, was there a young man here just now? He should be around your age." Black hair, Song Linger decided to ask the disciples, as she didn't think Yuan would be the type to play such a cruel trick on her. The disciples immediately felt as though they'd been slapped in the face when they realized who Song Linger was referring to, and they cried inwardly, "So he was actually telling the truth, and we chased him away. We're doomed." Sect master, what had happened was, the disciples began trying to give excuses, but Song Linger didn't care about any of that, and she asked again, "Did you see him or not?" "Wib, we did." "Where is he then?" "We thought he was someone suspicious, so we kind of forced him to leave." One of the disciples eventually resigned to his fate and revealed the truth. "You what?" As they'd expected, Song Linger immediately fumed with anger. "We're sorry, sect master. We really didn't know he was telling the truth." The disciples quickly got on their knees and begged for forgiveness. After a moment of silence, Song Linger spoke in a cold voice. "If you're really sorry, then go bring him back, and you're all forbidden to return until you do." The disciples felt like crying after hearing her words that low-key expelled them from the sect. However, right as tears began forming in the corner of their eyes, Song Linger noticed a figure approaching them from a distance. When she saw Yuan's face, her cold face immediately softened. "Yuan?" she called out to him, causing the disciples to turn their heads. When they saw the young man they'd turned away return, their eyes glistened with hope and joy. "I apologize for making you wait, even though I messaged you earlier," Yuan said to her. "Don't worry about it. I have heard the situation from these idiots. Please forgive their rudeness just now." Song Linger shook her head, and she continued, "Follow me. Let me show you around the sect before we sit down." Yuan nodded and proceeded to follow her. The disciples sighed in relief inwardly when they saw them leaving, but alas, Song Linger suddenly said, "All of you here will spend 1 month in the Chamber of Repentance starting today." "Yes, sect master," they all responded simultaneously. Although they were still getting punished, it was much better than getting kicked out of the sect that they worked so hard to enter. Once they entered the sect, Song Linger began guiding Yuan around the Heavenly Melody Academy. "Since you're here, does it mean you'll be challenging the stairway to heaven soon?" Song Linger asked him as they walked around the sect. "Yes, I wanted to explore the lower heavens a little more before, but alas, looks like I will have to postpone that plan for the future." Chapter 605, Two Statues. Leaving it for the future? You know it's going to be very difficult for you to return once you ascend, right? Especially the higher you go, the more resources it'll require for you to come back to the lower heavens, Song Linger said to him. "I know, but it's not impossible." Song Linger stared at him in silence for a moment before speaking. "Did something happen? There's something different about you, huh? How can you tell? A woman's intuition, I guess, she casually shrugged. Yuan then sighed. Something did happen. But it's all in the past now, and dwelling on it won't do me any good. While it's definitely not worth dwelling on some things, some definitely are worth it, as it could be what pushes you further past your limit. If you want to talk to me about it, I am all ears. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, Senior Song, do you know anyone close to you that have passed away? Sorry if it's a sensitive question. Songlinger looked at him with raised eyebrows. Death? This is the cultivation world, where death is probably one of, if not the most common thing, regardless of which realm you're in. I don't think there is anyone around my age that hasn't experienced the death of a friend or a loved one. In fact, I have lost many friends to magical beasts, and even more to other cultivators. I thought it was something more serious, but I guess this is your first time experiencing something like this, which is pretty normal. Yuan nodded and said, Yes, this is the first time someone close to me has passed away, and she was even killed right before my eyes. How did you deal with the loss of a friend? Songlinger looked up at the sky and said in a low voice, You can never completely deal with the loss of a friend or family member. At least I don't think so. Since they will always remain in your memories, the best thing one can do is try to prevent it from happening again in the future. Other than that, you'll just have to live the rest of your life with that burden, especially if you're the reason that person died. Many people, friends, had died because I was too weak to protect them. And as cold-hearted as this may sound, it's because of their death that pushed me to where I am today, so I'm also grateful to them, in a way, become strong enough so that it doesn't happen again. Huh? Yuan mumbled in a low voice. I don't know what happened, but as a cultivator, especially as a musician, you must learn how to control your emotions. I understand. Thank you for the advice, Senior Song. Yuan suddenly stopped walking when he noticed something in the distance. Two large statues standing beside each other with a zither in their grasp. Can I get a closer look at those statues? Yuan pointed to them and asked, Of course. Once they were before the statue, Yuan focused on the female statue to his left first, as it resembled someone that he has seen before. This person, she looks like the zither goddess? Yuan mumbled out loud. That is because she is the zither goddess, said Songlinger, and she continued. Most people that aren't a disciple of this sect don't know this, but the zither goddess used to be a disciple of our Heavenly Melody Academy. Unfortunately, she didn't stay for long because she easily surpassed everyone within just a few years. The zither goddess was a disciple here? What was she like as a disciple? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. This is what I heard from the previous sect master, who heard it from the previous sect master, and so on. But the zither goddess was a quiet girl who would spend the majority of her time alone in this exact spot playing the zither. If she's not here, then she would be in her own room playing the zither. Is there a reason why she would spend so much time here? I don't see anything special here. Yuan looked around, but he could only see an empty area beside the statues. Songlinger then pointed to the statue standing right beside the zither goddess's statue. It's because of this statue she would spend most of her time performing for this statue, she said. Yuan turned his focus onto the second statue, which was a statue of a handsome man. Are they perhaps acquainted with each other? Yuan couldn't help but ask. Songlinger chuckled a little before responding, That's not possible. That person left the lower heavens millions of years ago, while the zither goddess wasn't born until around 25,000 years ago. If you ask me, I think it's because she admires this person, hence why she had spent most of her time here, the zither goddess admiring somebody. He must be a fairly influential person. If you consider the god of music an influential person, then you're right, Songlinger said. So he's the god of music? Does this mean he was also a disciple of the Heavenly Melody Academy? If only. The Heavenly Melody Academy is only 100,000 years old, after all. We made the statue to pay our respects to the god of music, who is known to have complete mastery over every instrument in existence. Is that so? Yuan looked at the face of the god of music. Seeing Yuan staring at the god of music's face, she said, By the way, that's not really the god of music's real appearance. The statue was made only based on some descriptions of him from ancient scrolls. I don't think anyone in the lower heavens would know his appearance. Does this mean he still exists somewhere in the upper heavens? Yuan then asked. I don't know, but if you ask me, I don't think anyone can live for millions of years even if they are the god of music, she calmly responded. Chapter 606, Paying Respects. If he's the god of music, he should have a very high cultivation base, right? I heard that cultivators who can live forever exist in the upper heavens, Yuan said. You mean true immortals? These people can be counted with one hand, and while he was recognized as the god of music, that doesn't automatically make him a powerful cultivator. Perhaps if he was called the god of cultivation, it would make more sense, Songlinger said. The god of music, huh? I wonder what kind of person he was, Yuan mumbled to himself. Unfortunately, not much is known about the god of music besides his name Tian Kai. Yuan raised his eyebrows after hearing the surname Tian, as it sounded familiar for some reason. Their surnames are also Tian, Yuan thought to himself after a moment of silence. Yuan asked Songlinger, Do you mind if I play a song here? Right now? Songlinger raised her eyebrows. Yes, I want to pay my respects to both of them the same way the zither goddess paid respect to the god of music. Go ahead. Yuan then retrieved the soul-ensnaring zither before taking a seat right before the two statues. After taking a deep breath, he began playing Zither Goddess's ethereal arts ding. A ripple swept the Heavenly Melody Academy every time Yuan played a music note on the soul-ensnaring zither. Songlinger's eyes widened with shock as she watched his performance as compared to the time he played during the zither competition. He has improved by leaps and bounds. The song didn't last long, only a little over a minute, but it was more than long enough to mesmerize those who heard it, and they would all look as though their soul was absorbed out of their body, resembling Yuan when he first witnessed the zither goddess performance. Yuan stood up and returned the zither back inside his storage ring after the song ended. Have you been practicing recently? Songlinger asked him when she eventually snapped out of her daze. Not really, he said. Although he did play for a few days with Azure, it couldn't really be counted as practice. I really cannot fathom why someone like you would focus on other things when you're already extremely talented with the zither. Songlinger shook her head in a regretful manner, as she truly believed that it was a loss for the world of music that Yuan chose a different path. Anyways, if you are done here, let's go to my place where we can sit down and talk more. Yes, I am done here. Thus, Yuan began following Songlinger to the sect master's headquarters. I have been wondering for a while now, with so many people playing different instruments out in the open, won't they just disturb each other? Yuan asked as they walked. Yes, that's the point. Songlinger nodded. They are trying to disturb others while focusing on their own music, as this cultivates their mind and concentration. I see that makes sense, of course. If a disciple wants to play privately, there are plenty of places they can go for that. While Yuan and Songlinger approached the sect master's headquarters, the disciples that heard Yuan's performance began spreading rumors. Hey, did you hear that performance just now? Who was playing? If you ask me, I think only the sect master can play the zither with such perfection. No, I have been to many of the sect master's performances, and I can say with certainty that it's not her. I dare say whoever played the zither just now is even better than the sect master. Even better than the sect master? How is that possible? The sect master is the #1 zither expert in the lower heavens. I don't care who this person is, I just want to listen more to their performance. After arriving at the sect master's headquarters, Songlinger brought Yuan to her room, where they sat down with tea in their hands. You'll be challenging the stairway to heaven soon, right? What are you going to do once you ascend to the next realm? Songlinger asked him once they were relaxed. I'm going to continue climbing until I have answers to my questions, he said. Questions? What kind of questions? Yuan looked at her in silence for a moment before speaking. Do you know of a place called Earth? Earth? No, she immediately responded. What kind of place is this Earth? It's my hometown, he said. What if I told you that I came from another world? Yuan suddenly asked her. Another world? You mean you came from the upper heavens? I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, she said. No, not the upper heavens. I mean like a completely different world, another planet. Song Linger looked at him with a puzzled expression, seemingly unable to comprehend his words. Never mind, let me change the question. Can you tell me a little more about the stairway to heaven? I know there are challenges that await within the stairway to heaven, but what kind of challenges? The challenge is different for each person challenging the stairway to heaven, so I cannot tell you what you might experience. However, I can tell you my experience with the stairway to heaven. Eh? You've challenged the stairway to heaven before? Yes, I have, and before you think I failed the challenges, I will have you know that I'd intentionally failed the last challenge because I didn't want to ascend. You don't want to ascend? But I thought it was every cultivator's desire to climb higher. For most cultivators, yes, that is the case. But I am content with my current standing. I am the sect master of the Heavenly Melody Academy. If I leave the lower heavens, I will have to start climbing from the bottom again. Furthermore, I don't have anybody who can replace my position as sect master. If I leave now, the Heavenly Melody Academy will suffer. Song Linger explained, Chapter 607, Music Pagoda. Maybe in the future, when I have someone who is capable of replacing me as sect master, I will challenge the stairway to heaven again. Anyways, for the stairway to heaven, when I challenged it, I had to do 4 trials. For the first trial, I had to fight a stampede of magical beasts that was 2 levels above my cultivation. For the second trial, I had to traverse 1,000 miles while being burdened by a powerful pressure and magical beasts. For the third trial, I had to confront my heart demon. And for the final trial, I had to fight another magical beast. But this time, it was 5 whole levels above my cultivation. Although the trials are random for everyone, many people have received the same trial before, so there's a good chance that you'll experience some of the same trials I went through. I see this information will definitely be helpful to me. Thank you, Senior Song. If there's anything I can do in return, don't hesitate to ask. Yuan said to her, I do have one request for you. Can you do a performance before the disciples for me? I want to broaden their views. Most of them think I am the #1 zither expert under heaven, but that is far from the truth, as there are plenty more skillful zither experts in the upper heavens. Okay. I don't mind if it's just a performance. When do you want me to do it? I will need some time to prepare for it. Can you give me 3 days? You can even stay here as an esteemed guest if you'd like. Sure. Yuan nodded. After all, he doesn't know where Xiaohua and the others were, or when they'll return, and there was no way that he'd leave them behind to challenge the stairway to heaven. Furthermore, he still has to return to the Dragon Essence Temple to pick Min Li up as he'd promised. Sometime later, Senior Song led Yuan to his living quarters, where he'll be spending the next 3 days. My house is this one, so if you need anything, just knock on my door. Though I usually spend most of my time at the sect master's headquarters, so you can find me there if I am not home. You are also free to wander the sect, but there are some restricted areas that can only be accessed by certain individuals. Do you have a place where I can learn new songs? Yuan then asked. Of course, just go to the Music Pagoda. You'll find thousands of songs there. Thank you. Also, take this with you. This is proof that you're a guest at our sect. If you're caught without it, you might be misunderstood like what happened earlier. So make sure you have it with you at all times when you leave your living quarters. Song Linger handed him a medallion before returning to the sect master's headquarters. Once she left, Yuan looked around his living quarters before making his way to the Melody Pavilion that Song Linger had mentioned. Excuse me, do you know the way to Music Pagoda? Yuan asked the first disciple he encountered, and since he was living beside Song Linger's living quarters, it was only natural that he was located in the center of the sect with the elites. Who are you? I don't recognize your face. You new here? The young man asked Yuan. No, I am just here as a guest, he said. A guest that can enter the inner courts of the sect? Just who is this guy? The young man wondered to himself. The Music Pagoda is at the outer court. You can get there by following that path over there. As for the place itself, it's an 11-story building. You won't miss it. Thank you for the information, Yuan said to him before following the path. Some time later, Yuan arrived at the outer court, where disciples could be seen walking around with all kinds of instruments in their grasp. The most common instrument appeared to be the zither, which was expected since their sect master is a zither expert, but it wasn't to the point where it overwhelmed the other instruments. There was a good variety of instruments, and Yuan began thinking of trying all of them before leaving. Eventually, he arrived at the music pagoda, which was crowded with disciples. After looking around the place, Yuan decided to enter the building, and to his surprise it was much more spacious than he'd anticipated. He approached one of the hundreds of shelves there and picked up a random scroll to read the contents. It was a music sheet for the flute. He picked up another from the same shelf, and it was also for the flute. It was at this moment that Yuan noticed the tag at the side of the shelf that read flute. Yuan then walked around until he found the zither tag. Once he did, he began looking through the music sheets one by one until he read everything on the shelf. When the disciples around him saw this, they thought that he was looking for the perfect song, but little did they know he was actually memorizing the songs so that he could try them all out later. There are 11 floors in this building, and the first floor is already filled with hundreds of songs. It'll probably take months if I want to learn every song in this place. Yuan mumbled to himself as he looked for the next shelf of zither music. Meanwhile, Song Linger was preparing for Yuan's concert in 3 days. You want to gather all of the disciples 3 days from now? What is the special occasion? One of the sect elders asked her after receiving this sudden order. There will be a performance on that day. I believe that it will greatly benefit the disciples, perhaps even change their lives once they witness the performance, she said. A performance? By whom? An expert that's even better than me? She casually responded, leaving them speechless. Chapter 608, Prove it. Even better than you, sect master. Who is this person? One of the sect elders asked. You'll find out in 3 days, she casually responded. Meanwhile, back at the music pagoda, Yuan decided to see if the music sheets on the second floor were any different. There are more notes, I guess. The higher the floor, the more difficult the songs. Now that he had this knowledge, he wanted to see what was the most difficult song in this place, so he began making his way towards the 11th floor. Once he reached the 11th floor, he walked straight to the zither section and began looking through the music sheets one by one. Oh, I recognize this song. Yuan was surprised by the first music sheet that he'd randomly picked, and it was the same song that he'd played during the zither competition after learning it from Song Linger's disciples. Even though he already knew the song, he still wanted to look at the music sheet properly to get a better understanding of it. While Yuan looked at this music sheet, a disciple approached him from behind. Hey, you're blocking the shelf. This disciple said to him, Oh, I'm sorry. Yuan turned around to see a beautiful young lady standing behind him, and she looked very familiar for some reason. Isn't she from the zither competition? It took a moment for Yuan to recognize this girl, who was the one that played the incredible song God Descends from Heaven during the zither competition. However, this girl didn't recognize Yuan, who wasn't wearing a mask at this moment, but did during the zither competition. As Yuan made way for her, she noticed the music note in his grasp. God descends from heaven. Who is this guy? Besides the top disciples in the sect that want to challenge themselves, most people don't even dare to pick up the song because of its difficulty. Do you intend on learning that song? Yuan asked him out of curiosity. No, I already know the song, he subconsciously responded. You can play God Descends from Heaven? Yuan looked at him with a suspicious face. Even many sect elders do not dare say that they know the song, yet this random person dares to make such claims? Yes, I can. Just because you can play a few hundred notes out of a few thousand doesn't mean you can play the song. No, I can play the entire song. I don't believe you, Yuan quickly said, and she continued, Prove it. If you can really play the whole song, I will call you master. It's fine. I don't really need to prove myself, Yuan calmly said. I knew it. There's no way a nobody like you can play the most difficult song in the lower heavens. Yuan felt insulted by Yuan when he claimed to know the song, as she had spent many years learning the song, and claiming you can play a song when you actually can't is a taboo within the sect. The other disciples on that floor noticed their commotion and joined the fun. "What's going on, Senior Sister I? Why are you arguing with this guy? Did he offend Senior Sister? I will immediately take care of him for you." Yuan suddenly found himself surrounded by these disciples, causing him to shake his head. "I just need to prove that I can play the song, right?" "All right, I will play the song for you." Yuan retrieved the soul-ensnaring zither on the spot, and took a seat while still surrounded by the disciples. "Wait a second, that zither? It can't be?" Yuan immediately recognized the soul-ensnaring zither as she'd tried to play it before, but to no avail. But before she could think too much, Yuan started playing the zither, instantly putting them in a daze. Who dares to play their instrument inside the music pagoda? The sect elders managing the building frowned when they heard music coming from the top, as it was against the rules to play one's instrument inside the building. However, they stopped moving when they realized the song that was being played. "This song is God Descends from Heaven. Who is playing right now?" The disciples there also realized this fact, and everybody began making their way to the 11th floor, quickly overwhelming the place. "Get out of my way. You get out of my way." The disciples began shoving each other around just to move a single step forward. "Make way." The sect elders eventually arrived and forced the disciples to make a clear path for them. However, by the time they arrived on the 11th floor, Yuan had already finished the song, playing every single note of God Descends from Heaven flawlessly, without making a single mistake this time. "Your stats has been increased by 50% for 1 hour from the effects of God descending from heaven." Yuan stored the soul-ensnaring zither before standing up and looking at Yuan, who was standing there with a dazed look on her face. "Are you happy now?" Yuan asked her. It was at this moment Yuan finally recognized his voice. "Wait, you? You're that masked man during the zither competition? What are you doing here?" she exclaimed in a shocked voice. The sect elders arrived at this moment and said, "Who was playing just now?" The disciples there immediately pointed at Yuan. "Let me see your disciple identification badge." The sect elder approached Yuan. "I am not a disciple here," Yuan said, showing them the medallion that Songlinger had given him. "Not a disciple?" The sect elders were speechless. How can such a talented individual not be a part of their sect? That in itself should be a crime. Although that was an amazing performance just now, it's against the rules to play your instrument in the music pagoda, the sect elder said after snapping out of his daze. "Eh? I didn't know that, sorry." Yuan immediately apologized. "This was all my fault, elders. If you're going to hold anyone responsible, it should be me." Yuan suddenly stepped forward and said, "Prime Disciple I." The sect elders looked at her with wide eyes, as Yuan is usually a quiet girl who never causes any trouble. Chapter 609, Zither Goddess's Immortal Cave. "Well, since Prime Disciple I says so, we'll forget about this incident. However, make sure it doesn't happen again, or the sect master will be very upset with you," the sect elder said to her. Because Yuan was Songlinger's disciple, the other sect elders didn't dare to punish her, as they believed that they would be overstepping their boundaries as a sect elder to discipline the sect master's disciple. "Thank you, sect elders, this will not happen again." Yuan bowed to them. She then glanced at Yuan for a moment before leaving the music pagoda. Yuan also decided to leave, since it would be impossible to look at the music sheets in peace after that little commotion. Once he left the music pagoda, Yuan noticed Yuan standing outside, almost like she was waiting for him. "I'm sorry for acting up just now," she suddenly said to him. "I get agitated when people lie and make bold claims before me. You should know that God Descends from Heaven isn't something ordinary people can play, and when someone claims they can play such a song to the end, it's only natural to doubt their claims. If I had known that you were the same person from that competition, I'm sorry." Yuan apologized to him again. Yuan could tell that she was sincere in her apology, so he didn't hold any hard feelings for her. "Don't worry about it. It was just a misunderstanding," he said to her. "Thank you." After a moment of silence, she asked him, "By the way, what are you doing at our sect? Do you intend on becoming a disciple?" "No, I'm only here because of Senior Song. I will be leaving soon." "What a pity," Yuan sighed. "Pity? Yuan lifted his eyebrows in a questioning manner. I heard from my master that you are only playing the zither as a hobby, and that you don't intend on becoming a zither expert. If I had your talents, I would definitely focus on becoming the best zither expert in the world. I mean, it's not like I am not playing the zither at all. I just don't want it to be my main focus, as there are other things that I find more entertaining, said Yuan. It's your life, so I won't tell you how to live it. However, you will definitely disappoint many people with your decisions. Yuan shook her head. Anyways, I have one last thing to ask you. The zither you used to play just now. It's the soul-ensnaring zither, right? Yes, it is. Yuan went silent for a moment before speaking. Do you want to try something? What are you talking about? The zither goddess used to be a disciple of our Heavenly Melody Academy. Did you know this? Yuan then asked him. Yes, I do. Then did you know that her immortal cave hasn't been opened ever since she left? Huh? Yuan was puzzled yet intrigued at the same time. The zither goddess had her own immortal cave when she was still here, but it hasn't been opened since she left. But it's not because we don't want to open it, it's because it refuses to open for some reason. We believe that it's because the zither goddess had placed some sort of protection around her home, but she forgot to take it down when she left, so her immortal cave has remained unopened to this date. I was thinking that maybe you can open it with the soul-ensnaring zither. I can try. Yuan nodded. Okay, follow me. Yuan turned around and began walking. Yuan quickly followed her. Why do you want to open the immortal cave? Yuan couldn't help but ask her. I'm curious, everyone is. We want to know what is inside the famous zither goddess's immortal cave. Maybe she has some heaven-defying zither techniques inside. Oh, I should also mention that while we cannot open it normally, we can definitely open it with force, but that would destroy the place, so nobody is willing to do such a thing. The zither goddess immortal cave, huh? I would be lying if I say that I am not interested, Yuan said. Some time later they arrived at the inner court, where all of the high-ranking sect elders and elite disciples lived. Disciple Yuan? A feminine voice suddenly called out to her shortly after they entered the inner court. Yuan and Yuan turned around to see a pretty young lady approaching them in an aggressive manner. Disciple Yu, save your nonsense for another day. I am busy right now, Yuan said to her in an annoyed tone. This young lady called Disciple Yu turned to look at Yuan before showing a grin on her face. Is that your new boyfriend? Wei Kang will be very upset once he learns of this. Why don't you mind your own business? In fact, shouldn't you be practicing for the upcoming Prime Disciple selection? Or are you so confident in your victory that you don't need to practice? Yuan coldly sneered. I think we both, as well as every other disciple in the sect, know that I will pass the Prime Disciple selection and become the Sect Master's third disciple. And once I start studying under the Sect Master, I will quickly surpass you. I cannot wait. Yuan responded in a nonchalant manner. Since I am a nobody in your eyes, you wouldn't mind going to the Lily Pavilion with me, right? Again with the Lily Pavilion? I don't have the time to deal with you. Are you worried about embarrassing yourself in front of your boyfriend? If that's the case, I completely understand. Disciple Yu chuckled. Yuan sneered. First of all, he's not my boyfriend, and secondly, I already told you that I'm busy right now. If you are so desperate to lose face in front of me, I will gladly meet you at the Lily Pavilion tomorrow. Now you've said it. If you don't show up tomorrow, I will make a laughing stock out of you. And you, Mr. Boyfriend, make sure you're there to see the look on your girlfriend's face when I completely destroy her tomorrow. Disciple Yu said to them before walking away without waiting for any response, leaving Yuan speechless. Chapter 610 disappeared. I'm sorry about that. That was Disciple Yu, a new disciple that had been recruited by Master shortly after the zither competition, so she's a little arrogant, and for some reason she's obsessed with surpassing me. Yuan said to Yuan afterward. You can also ignore what she said. What's this Lily Pavilion? Yuan asked. It's a place where disciples go to battle each other with their instruments. The loser must jump into the cold water that surrounds the place. It's a very popular area for disciples who want to settle disputes. That does sound like a pretty fun place. Yuan smiled. At least they don't have to injure each other, which is the biggest reason why people go there instead of the traditional challenge, where disciples fight each other with weapons. Anyways, let's continue to the Zither Goddess's immortal cave. About half an hour later, they arrive at this secluded area where many immortal caves existed, and it sort of reminded Yuan of the immortal caves at the Jaded Garden, but at a much larger scale. "Which one belongs to the Zither Goddess?" Yuan asked as he looked around. "Do you see that one with a closed entrance in the middle?" "That's the one." Yuan pointed at the immortal cave that had a couple of people standing outside of it. "What are they doing?" Yuan asked when he saw the scene. "They're all trying to open up the immortal cave without breaking the place," she said. "You see people like that almost every day." A few minutes later, they climbed the hill and approached the Zither Goddess's immortal cave. Damn it! This place really doesn't want to open up. If it was so easy to open, it would have opened tens of thousands of years ago. There must be some sort of secret to opening this door. Hey, look over there. That's Prime Disciple AI. What's she doing here? The disciples stopped their investigation when they noticed Iwan's presence. "Greetings, Senior Apprentice Sister." They all greeted her when she was close enough. "Hello," she nodded, acknowledging their greetings. "What brings you to this place today, Senior Sister?" One of them asked her. "I'm just looking around," she casually said before turning to look at Yuan, who was intensively staring at the immortal cave. "Have you figured something out already?" She couldn't help but ask him, her voice sounding a little excited. If anyone can open the immortal cave, it should be the person who managed to play the Zither Goddess soul-ensnaring zither. "I'm not sure. I don't see anything out of the ordinary about this place," Yuan said. "Why don't you try playing a song with the soul-ensnaring zither?" Iwan suddenly said. "What song should I play?" "Maybe something the Zither Goddess used to play." Yuan nodded and took a seat in front of the immortal cave before retrieving the soul-ensnaring zither. "Senior Apprentice Sister, who is this guy? I don't recognize him." One of the disciples there asked her. "I don't know him either," Awan calmly responded. "Eh?" The disciples looked at her with wide eyes, as they were not expecting such an answer. In fact, they believed that she was only joking with them. Once Yuan was seated, he took a deep breath before playing Zither Goddess's ethereal arts before the immortal cave. His performance immediately shocked the spectators. "This guy? He's really in a different world in terms of talent." Iwan sighed inwardly, and her disappointment in Yuan for not taking advantage of such talents grew stronger. A few minutes later, Yuan stopped playing the zither when the song finished, but there was no response from the Zither Goddess' immortal cave. It's not opening," Iwan mumbled in a dazed voice. "Sorry that I couldn't be of any help," Yuan said to her afterward. "No, don't worry about it. I should be apologizing for wasting your time. What a pity, though. I really wanted to see her immortal cave." Yuan sighed as he placed his hand on the large boulder that hasn't budged for over 20,000 years. It was at this moment the boulder suddenly began trembling. Eh? However, before Yuan could even react, his vision suddenly blacked out, almost like someone had turned off all the lights in a room. Where am I? Yuan looked around, but even with his enhanced vision, he was unable to see anything. Meanwhile, outside Zither Goddess' immortal cave, Iwan and the other disciples were shocked by what they had just witnessed. "He disappeared!" one of the disciples there exclaimed after snapping out of his daze. "Where did he go?" "He was just standing there a second ago." Iwan quickly went to touch the boulder, just like Yuan did, but nothing happened. "This has never happened before," she muttered in a voice of disbelief. After standing there for a moment, Iwan turned around and began running away. Where are you going, Senior Apprentice Sister?" The other disciples called out to her. "I'm going to get my master," she said. And she continued, "You guys stay there just in case he returns." Sometime later, she arrived at the sect master's headquarters. "Master, are you here?" Iwan rushed into the building while shouting, "What happened?" Song Linger frowned when she saw how frantic Iwan was acting. Do you remember Yuan? That person who was at the zither competition? He disappeared," she said, confusing Songlinger. "What are you talking about? Start from the beginning and slow down," Songlinger said. Yuan took a few deep breaths before explaining to Songlinger the situation. "He disappeared right in front of you after touching Zither Goddess Immortal Cave? How is that possible?" "It's true, Master. There are other disciples that witnessed it." "Let's go." "We're going to the Immortal Caves," Songlinger said as she stood up. Yuan then followed Songlinger back to the Immortal Caves. Yuan hoped that Yuan would have returned by then, but alas, he was still nowhere to be seen. Chapter 611, Freefall. After arriving at the Immortal Caves, Songlinger asked the disciples there for their story. That person touched the Immortal Cave and disappeared the next second. It was so sudden he hasn't returned since then. Songlinger frowned at the situation, and she began looking around the Zither Goddess Immortal Cave, even touching the exact same spot that Yuan had touched, but nothing happened. Oh, I forgot to mention this, but he played a song with the soul ensnaring zither before touching the Immortal Cave. Yuan suddenly said, "Why didn't you tell me this first?" Songlinger sighed. "Do you know what kind of song he played?" "No, I have never heard of such a song before." "Can you replicate it?" Songlinger then asked. Yuan didn't immediately respond. She closed her eyes and recalled Yuan's performance and tried to play his song inside her mind, but alas, she was unable to remember the song for some reason, almost like there was an otherworldly power preventing her from doing so. "I cannot remember the song." Yuan sighed after trying. "What? You should be able to memorize a song after hearing it once." Was the song he played really that difficult? Songlinger looked at Yuan with a surprised face. "Not difficult, it was complex, almost like it was a technique as well as a song. That's the best I can describe it," Yuan said. "A song that is also a technique, to think he's already reached that level." Songlinger mumbled to herself. And she continued a moment later, "Anyways, I don't think there is anything we can do but wait for him to return on his own." "No way," Yuan mumbled. She couldn't help but blame herself for this situation, as she was the one who asked Yuan to open the Zither Goddess Immortal Cave. If she hadn't done such a thing, Yuan wouldn't have disappeared. If a heavenly genius like him is forever gone because of me, Yuan could not imagine being responsible for the death of such a genius, so she silently prayed for his safety. Meanwhile, somewhere in this universe, Yuan was surrounded by nothing but pure darkness. "Hello? Anyone there?" Yuan walked around in this darkness while shouting for the past few minutes, but to no avail. "I really hope this is the Zither Goddess Immortal Cave, and the reason it's so dark is because the lights are off." Yuan sighed inwardly after walking aimlessly for about 10 minutes. Yuan suddenly stopped as he could see a thin line of light very far in the distance. The moment he saw this, Yuan immediately began running towards this light. However, this light was actually much further than it appeared. Even though he had been running for many minutes, he doesn't seem to be getting any closer to the light. About an hour later, he finally arrived before the light that was literally a bright pillar of light. Yuan swallowed nervously as he felt an incredibly strong beckoning coming from the pillar of light, almost as though it was daring him to approach it. As much as I don't want to get close to this light, it's probably my only way out of this void. As for where it will lead me, if it even leads to anywhere, I will have to find out myself. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Once he was prepared, he began stepping towards this pillar of light, disappearing into it. Yuan immediately began feeling dizzy after entering the pillar of light, but it wasn't an unfamiliar feeling, as he would often feel the same thing when he was being transported to some place through teleportation. "I'm being teleported, but the question is, where?" Yuan braced himself as he watched his surroundings blur. The next moment, Yuan found himself in a very familiar scenery. It was mostly blue, and it was surrounded by these fluffy white objects that would drift at a slow and smooth pace. "Why am I in the sky again?" Yuan exclaimed as his body began falling. Fortunately, he was a spirit grandmaster and he could fly, except that wasn't the case, as when he tried to fly, it didn't work at all. almost like the spiritual energy in the air didn't want to listen to him for some reason. Is this how I will experience my first death in Cultivation Online? This is so unfair, Yuan cried out loud as he continued to freefall this seemingly endless sky. A few more moments later, he could finally start seeing the ground. It was at this moment that Yuan noticed the blue land that was directly beneath him, and he immediately released a sigh of relief. Thank the heavens that I'm falling in water. However, before he even reached the water, he could see that there were a couple of people floating in this water, and not wanting to land on them, he quickly shouted at them, "Get out of the way." These people were puzzled at first when they heard Yuan's voice, and they quickly began looking around in a frantic manner. "I am above you," Yuan shouted again. These people finally looked up, allowing Yuan to see their faces, and they were all extremely beautiful women. However, before he could say anything else, his free fall had ended, and he fell into this somewhat deep pond. Fua! Yuan quickly tried to swim out of this pond, but since he has never learned how to swim before, he ended up struggling a bit. If it were not for his superior strength that allowed him to move in the water without knowing how to swim, he would have never gotten out of the pond and would have drowned to death sooner or later. After getting out of the water, Yuan turned to face the 6 beautiful women that were still bathing inside the water, and all of them had a baffled look on their faces, looking like they were witnessing something that shouldn't be possible. Chapter 612, Chased Chased by 6 Beauties. Hedge, hello, sorry for interrupting you all, but can you tell me where we are right now? Yuan asked them in a somewhat dazed voice, as these women were truly breathtakingly beautiful. However, these beautiful fairies remained silent as they continued to glare at him. At first they were dazed, then they slowly began to realize their situation. Once they fully comprehended the situation, their dazed faces turned into frowns and their gaze turned bloodthirsty. Yuan swallowed nervously when he saw their unfriendly, even threatening gaze. Unfortunately, before he could speak, one of them shouted, "It's a man. A man has defiled our paradise. Get him." Hearing their words, Yuan subconsciously turned around and began running for some reason. Although he regretted this decision at first, he would quickly realize that it was actually the right choice. He's running. Chase after him. The 6 beauties immediately jumped out of the water, revealing their completely naked bodies, but Yuan was too occupied with running to care. Once they were out of the water, these beauties quickly retrieved their robes to cover their bodies, but they didn't even bother dressing up properly before chasing after Yuan, looking like a group of ladies who just woke up late for work and are currently scrambling to get prepared. "Heavens, they are fast!" Yuan cried inwardly when he saw them quickly closing in on him, even though he started running many seconds ahead of them. And why can't I use chi manipulation in this place? Since he couldn't fly for some reason, he had to resort to using his movement technique. After running for a few more moments, Yuan shouted, "Seniors, there must have been a misunderstanding. Why don't we all stop and talk about this like civil people?" As much as he wanted to stop and speak with them, he feared that these beauties might tear him to pieces the second he stopped. "Civil, don't you dare talk about being civil when you're the one who invaded our territory. You're also the one who made a mistake by breaking the laws of this place," one of the 6 beauties shouted back a second later. "The punishment for breaking this law is the death sentence with no exceptions." Yuan was baffled by these ladies' words. He'd broken the law? What kind of law did he break to deserve a death sentence? I swear, whatever law I broke, it wasn't intentional. Bullshit, you knew very well what you're doing. Then, can you at least tell me what kind of law I broke? How dare you still mess with us? There's no way you don't know about the fairy paradise and its strict laws, almost as though Yuan had angered them even further with his question. These beautiful ladies began chasing after him a little faster. Why is everyone in this world so unreasonable? I just wanted to know what I did wrong. Yuan cried out loud as he also quickened his steps with the movement technique. What kind of movement technique is this pervert using? He's only a spirit grandmaster, yet we cannot catch him even after chasing him for so long. One of the beauties said, admiring his movement technique a little, "That's probably why he dared to enter the fairy paradise. If he thinks he can run forever, he's a fool." The 6 beauties then exchanged glances with each other before nodding their heads. The next moment, Yuan could feel an obnoxious feeling coming from behind him, forcing him to turn around to see what was making him feel so uncomfortable, and to his shock, the 6 beauties had retrieved their weapons. "Die, you pervert!" The 6 beauties began unleashing a torrent of attacks on Yuan from behind. Whoosh, bang, boom. Yuan could feel his heart racing as he sensed the powerful spiritual energy within their attacks. This destructive power. "They're all spirit kings?" Yuan exclaimed inwardly when he realized their cultivation bases. "Why are there suddenly so many spirit kings in one place? Did he get transported to somewhere in the upper heavens again? But why would the zither goddess Immortal Cave teleport him to this place? Dang it! Why are our attacks not hitting? I really want to know what kind of movement technique he's using now. Let's stop going easy on him and take him out for real," one of them suddenly suggested. "But won't that cause a commotion? We might get in trouble if we destroy the paradise anymore." "I'm sure the elders will understand. After all, we're trying to punish a man for entering our paradise. In fact, we'll probably get in more trouble if we let him escape." "Fine. Let's do it." However, before these beauties could release even more powerful attacks at Yuan, a cold voice suddenly resounded. "Halt!" The beauties immediately stopped moving when they heard this voice, even giving up on chasing after Yuan. Yuan, of course, didn't stop and continued to run away. However, before he could move very far, a figure suddenly appeared before him like a ghost to block his path. "I told you to halt, didn't I? Not only are you causing a commotion here, but you even dared to disobey me? You're a bold one, even for men's standard." This figure turned out to be another extremely beautiful woman, but her face was too cold. Yuan tried to open his mouth to speak, but before he could get any words out, the beautiful lady released a tyrannical pressure that instantly shut his mouth and even brought him to his knees. What cultivation is this? Yuan was shocked by this intense pressure that surpassed all of his prior experiences. If he had to take a guess, this woman was either a spirit emperor or even a spirit sovereign. She was not an existence he could defend against, even with his heaven-defying talents. "Oh, you're still conscious? Not bad for a mere spirit grandmaster." The cold woman spoke in a nonchalant voice after seeing that Yuan was still awake. However, that didn't last long, as the cold woman increased the pressure a second later, instantly knocking Yuan unconscious. Chapter 613. Imprisoned and Interrogated After Knocking Yuan Unconscious. The cold woman turned to look at the other 6 beauties and said, "6 spirit kings cannot handle a mere spirit grandmaster, a little boy. You should all be ashamed of yourselves." The 6 beauties lowered their heads in a shameful manner, their faces flushed with redness. "We're sorry for being useless, Elder Shui. Quickly return to the sect and tell me everything that occurred just now." The cold woman called Elder Shui used her spiritual energy to pick up Yuan before flying away, disappearing into the distance in just a few moments. The 6 beauties quickly followed Elder Shui's words and returned to the sect that was 100 miles away from their location. When Elder Shui returned to the sect first, she handed the still unconscious Yuan to one of the disciples there and said to her, "Lock him up and interrogate him for his identity when he wakes up." "Yes, Elder Shui." After Yuan was carried away, Elder Shui returned to her living quarters to wait for the 6 beauties to return. Once they finally arrived, she said to them, "Tell me everything." The 6 beauties that were standing beside each other began explaining the situation to Elder Shui. "We went to the bamboo pond to wash ourselves, but shortly after we entered the water we heard someone screaming, and it sounded like a man's voice. Once we realized where the sound was coming from, we all looked up, and to our surprise, a person was falling from the sky. We didn't know who this person was until we got a good look at him after he got out of the water, and he turned out to be an unknown man. That's when we started chasing after him, but he had this weird movement technique that made it incredibly hard to catch him. So we started throwing weak attacks at him, hoping to delay him or stop him from running, but he was not only fast, he also displayed incredible agility by dodging all of our attacks with ease. Seeing that it had no effect on him, we decided to increase our strength. And that's when you arrived, Elder Shui. Elder Shui listened to their whole story with her eyes closed, and they remained closed even after they finished. The 6 beauties didn't dare to move until Elder Shui spoke to them, so they stood there in silence for many minutes until Elder Shui finally opened her eyes and spoke in a calm voice. "You can all leave. I will contact you if I need you." "Excuse us, Elder Shui?" The beauties bowed to her before leaving the scene. Just where did this little boy come from? Falling from the sky. We're in the middle of fairy paradise? There's no way that a man could enter the fairy paradise and travel such a long distance without alerting anybody. Elder Shui pondered to herself. Meanwhile, somewhere inside a small prison cell, Yuan slowly opened his eyes after waking up. Ugh! Where am I? Yuan looked around, quickly realizing that he was inside a prison cell, and he was currently suspended in midair with chains restricting his movements. "So, you're finally awake?" the disciple in charge of interrogating him said when she noticed that he was awake. "Tell me who you are and how you managed to get inside the fairy paradise. Although that won't spare you from a death sentence, you won't feel any pain if you make it easy for the both of us." Yuan frowned and said, "I don't know how I got to this place. I seem to have been teleported here by accident." "Ah, and you expect me to believe such a blatant lie?" The disciple shook her head. "You know what? Since I am a very generous individual, I will give you a second chance, if not." The disciple suddenly retrieved a whip that appeared to be made out of steel and cracked it beside her. Pap! The stone floor broke into many pieces when it was struck by the whip. Yuan swallowed nervously when he saw the steel whip. "I don't want to hurt her, but I can't just let her torture me." Yuan sighed inwardly. It was at this moment that he noticed the shiny ring sitting on a table beside the disciple. That's my storage ring," he subconsciously exclaimed out loud. The disciple turned to look at the dragon's spatial ring and smiled. "Oh, so the answer to your identity is inside this spatial ring, huh? Unfortunately, I do not have the power to open it. But once I hand it to an elder, of course there was nothing about his identity inside the spatial ring. However, there was something even more important, the dragon ancestor's blood essence. If these people learn of the blood essence, they will definitely steal it from him. Damn it! I knew I should have given it to Xiaohua for safekeeping." Yuan cursed inwardly. "Should I just break out of this place? They don't know about my soul weapons, however. I won't be able to run away from that cold woman if she shows up again. What can I do in this situation?" While Yuan pondered, the disciple contacted Elder Shui using a communication jade slip. "Elder Shui, I have not managed to get his identity, but I think the answer lies within his storage ring. I believe it would be quicker to just break open his storage ring and find the answers ourselves." "Okay, I will be there. Give me a few minutes." After putting away the communication jade slip, the woman looked at Yuan and said, "Good news. We'll know your identity really soon." Yuan ignored her and continued to ponder for a way out of this predicament. Sometime later, Elder Shui arrived at the prison cell to look at Yuan's storage ring. This is, however, to the disciple's surprise, Elder Shui appeared to be spooked by the spatial ring. After a long moment of silence, Elder Shui turned to look at Yuan with a complicated expression on her face. "I will be back later. Don't touch him or this spatial ring until I return," Elder Shui said to the disciple before disappearing from the place without even touching the spatial ring once, leaving her speechless. Chapter 614, Dragon Spatial Ring. What happened? Yuan wondered to himself as he watched Elder Shui leave the scene in a hurry. The disciple was also dumbfounded by the turn of events, and she turned to look at Yuan with a profound expression on her face. Just who is this guy, she wondered to herself. Meanwhile, after leaving the prison area, Elder Shui went to summon other sect elders. About half an hour later, Elder Shui sat in a medium-sized room with a dozen other figures, all females. "What happened, Sister Shui?" one of them asked after everyone was seated. "We have a problem," she responded with a deep frown on her face. The atmosphere there immediately became serious when the others saw Elder Shui's expression, as she's rarely this solemn. First of all, a man had entered the fairy paradise, she continued after a moment of silence. What? A man? How dare this savage beast invade our sacred territory? Doesn't he know that men are not allowed in the fairy paradise, and breaking this rule is punishable with the death sentence? There are always people who want to try their luck. This is the third man to invade our territory in the last 10 years. It's only a man, right? Why are you so serious about it, Sister Shu? Just kill him and toss his body back where it belongs like we always do. Another one said. Elder Shui shook her head and said, "That's the problem. This person isn't just an ordinary man. He has a dragon spatial ring with him." Wait, what? A dragon spatial ring? Elder Shui watched as everyone in the room widened their eyes after they realized the situation. Dragon spatial ring? You're telling me this man that invaded our territory is from the royal dragon family? Why would someone from the royal dragon family invade our territory? They should know very well to not do such a thing, as that could potentially start a war. How do we know if he's true royalty? He could have stolen that ring for all we know. If he's really from the royal dragon family, we cannot kill him so easily. Should we speak with the sect master about this? Did you forget? The sect master is currently away to help the fairy empress. How troublesome, Sister Shui. What do you think we should do in this situation? The people there all turned to look at Elder Shui, who was the most senior in the room. Elder Shui closed her eyes to ponder. After a moment of silence, she spoke. We should verify his identity first. How are we going to do that? What if he lies? We will have no way to verify it unless we go to the royal dragon family. Then bring someone from the royal dragon family here to verify his identity just in case. Tell them about the situation. I'm sure they'll understand and cooperate after all. This could potentially lead to another war. I will go to the royal dragon family. Someone there immediately volunteered. Okay, I will handle interrogating that man, Elder Shu said. Sometime later, Elder Shu ended the meeting and returned to the prison cell. Bring him down. Elder Shui said to the disciple there. Yes. While the disciple worked on bringing Yuan back down, Elder Shui spoke to him. This does not mean you're free. If you do anything funny, I will kill you. If you try to run, I will kill you. Do you understand? Yuan silently nodded his head. Once he was released from the chains, Elder Shui pointed to the dragon spatial ring and said, "Open it and dump everything out." Yuan immediately hesitated for obvious reasons. Either you do it by yourself or I kill you and open it myself. Don't be mistaken. I can easily force open the spatial ring with my cultivation base. I am merely giving you a chance to show your sincerity, Elder Shu said to him. Of course, she lied about killing him to scare him. However, she was telling the truth about opening the spatial ring by herself. Although only the owners can open their spatial rings in normal circumstances, a cultivator with a strong enough cultivation base can forcefully open spatial rings and pouches at the cost of destroying the spatial ring. All right, I will open it, Yuan said as he was left with no other choice. Elder Shu grabbed the dragon's spatial ring and tossed it to Yuan. The moment Yuan had the dragon's spatial ring in his grasp, he immediately tried to log off the game. Even if he doesn't really go anywhere and has to return to this place when he logs back into the game, at least he can delay this situation to a certain extent. Furthermore, it could confuse these people. However, a notification popped up when Yuan tried to log off, leaving him speechless. You cannot log off during a hostile situation. I cannot log off? This is the second time that he has encountered this kind of situation. The first time was when he tried to log off right before the demon lord denoted itself, but since he was in combat, it didn't let him log off, forcing him to take the explosion head-on. Wait, are you waiting for, if you're planning something? Elder Shu narrowed her gaze at Yuan when he stood there without moving for longer than she was comfortable with. Ha! Looks like I really cannot escape this situation. Yuan sighed inwardly. He then opened the dragon's spatial ring and dumped everything out, feeling as though he was being robbed at gunpoint. The next moment, a couple of items fell out. The soul ensnaring zither, golden dragon robe, the demon, Lord's demon core, cultivation techniques, life-saving treasures, the seven-colored herb, and last but not least, the dragon ancestor's blood essence. Elder Shu and the disciple stared with wide eyes as all of these treasures lay on the floor before them. Even though they didn't recognize half of these treasures, they could tell their value by its unfathomable aura. "This guy, just who is this man?" Elder Shui cried inwardly. Chapter 615, Royal Dragon Family. A bottle that seems to contain some sort of blood essence, life-saving treasures, a demon core, and even the seven-colored herb. This man is loaded with treasures. The disciple cried inwardly when she saw the treasures on the floor, feeling a strong urge to take them for herself. Of course, with Elder Shui standing right beside her, she didn't dare to actually act upon her desires. As for Elder Shui, she couldn't care less about the treasures, and the only thing in her sights right now was the golden dragon robe. He not only has a dragon spatial ring, but he also has a golden dragon robe. I will be damned if he's not part of the royal dragon family. Elder Shui sighed inwardly. After seeing the golden dragon robe, Elder Shui was almost convinced that Yuan belonged to the royal dragon family. The only thing that didn't make sense was Yuan's behavior, as he was being oddly quiet and obedient even in such a situation. If he was actually from the royal dragon family, he would have long revealed his identity so that they couldn't just kill him. Maybe he has a reason that forbids him from revealing his identity? Elder Shui wondered to herself. "You can put your stuff back inside the storage ring," Elder Shui said to him a moment later. "Eh?" Although Yuan was surprised by her words, he didn't question it and immediately stored his treasures back into the dragon's spatial ring. Elder Shui then asked him, "Who are you? Why did you come to the fairy paradise? Men are forbidden from stepping inside this land regardless of your status and reason. Men are not allowed here. This explains why I am being treated like this." Yuan sighed inwardly as he finally realized the situation. "My name is Yuan, and like I'd said multiple times by now, I didn't come here by choice. I was teleported here by accident after touching the Zither goddess' immortal cave, and I have never even heard of a fairy paradise until today." "Zither goddess?" Elder Shui raised her eyebrows upon hearing this name, but it didn't seem like she knew of the Zither goddess. "Anyways, you'll be staying here until we can verify your identity. If you try to escape, you'll know what will happen to you, right?" Elder Shu then said to him. "Yes, I know." Yuan nodded. Elder Shu turned to look at the disciple and said, "Continue watching over him. If he tries to leave or does anything funny, put him back in the chains." I understand." The disciple nodded, and she noticed that Elder Shu didn't specifically tell her to kill him, which would be the normal command. This man must have a special status. This is the first time that a man has been allowed to enter the fairy paradise without getting executed immediately. The disciple thought to herself. After Elder Shu left the scene, Yuan tried to log off the game, but to his surprise, he was still unable to leave due to still being in a hostile situation. "Does this mean I am stuck inside this game until they no longer see me as a threat? How long is that going to take?" Yuan sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, somewhere in this world, an hour after leaving, one of the sect elders from the fairy paradise arrived at the royal dragon family's residence with the help of a powerful flying treasure. "Halt! State your identity and your purpose for visiting the royal family." The guards at the residence stopped this sect elder, and they were all emitting a unique aura that only belonged to dragons. "I am Elder Zhu from the fairy paradise, and we believe that a man from the royal dragon family has broken our law by entering our territory, so I am here to seek for an explanation from the royal family." "What? Someone from our family entered the fairy paradise? That's impossible. Everybody is aware of the law, and we have no reason to enter the fairy paradise." The guards immediately refused to believe that someone from their family would do such a thing. "I don't care what you have to say. That man who intruded our place had a dragon spatial ring with him, and only the royal dragon family would have such a thing. Even if he's not part of the royal family, he's definitely connected to you guys one way or another," Elder Zhu said. And she continued, "If you're telling me that he doesn't belong to the royal dragon family, then we will execute him right now." The guards immediately began sweating after hearing such words. What if someone from the royal dragon family had really snuck inside the fairy paradise? That would be disastrous if true. Please wait a moment. I will notify the Dragon King of the situation right now, one of the guards said to her before entering the massive palace behind them. Your Majesty, we have an emergency. The guard rushed to the Dragon King's room and knocked on it. What happened? The door opened a moment later, and a handsome middle-aged man with 2 bright golden horns on his head appeared before the guard. Elder Zhu from the fairy paradise is here, and she claims that someone from the royal family had intruded their territory. The guard explained the situation to the Dragon King. What? Someone from my family snuck inside the fairy paradise? How is that possible? Who did it? The Dragon King was immediately enraged to hear this news, but he was also in disbelief, as he couldn't imagine somebody from his family would do such an idiotic thing. She didn't give us any names. In fact, she only believes it was someone from our family because that person has a dragon spatial ring, said the guard. Bring her inside. I want to speak with her personally, the Dragon King commanded. Yes, please excuse this subject. The guard bowed to the Dragon King before returning to Elder Zhu and the others. The Dragon King wishes to speak with you. Please follow me. Chapter 616, Dragon Emperor. Welcome, Elder Zhu, to my royal estate. You claim that someone from my royal family had entered the fairy paradise, is that correct? The Dragon King asked Elder Zhu when she arrived before him. And before you answer my question, you should know that I don't respond to false claims nicely. Elder Zhu coldly sneered and said, And you should know that the fairy paradise doesn't respond well to rule breakers. A man with a dragon's spatial ring had invaded our territory, and I am here to verify whether he belongs to your family or not. If he doesn't belong to your family, we will immediately execute him. However, if he does turn out to belong to the royal family, our fairy paradise will demand an explanation and compensation. The Dragon King then spoke. While it is true that only the royal family should have a dragon's spatial ring, it is also possible for others to obtain the ring through other means. It's rare for this to happen, but it's not impossible. The Dragon King then turned to look at the guard standing beside him and said, What's the result? I have managed to contact all of the men in the royal dragon family and confirm that none of them have entered the fairy paradise, said the guard. Elder Zhu frowned upon hearing the guard's words. If that was true, that would mean the man with the dragon spatial ring doesn't belong to the royal dragon family. As you heard just now, Elder Zhu, we have accountability for all men in the family, so it is not possible for that intruder to belong to our royal family. That's all I need to hear. Then I will let the others know so that they can go ahead and continue with the execution, said Elder Zhou as she retrieved a communication jade slip. The Dragon King then added, After you take care of that man, if you don't mind, can you return the dragon's spatial ring to us to prevent future misunderstandings? We'll compensate you for the effort. Of course. Elder Zhou nodded. A moment later, Elder Shui picked up the communication. Sister Shui, I have just spoken with the Dragon King. The man who invaded our territory doesn't belong to the royal dragon family, so we can go ahead and kill him. However, to Elder Zhu's surprise, Elder Shui requested to speak with the Dragon King. Let me speak with the Dragon King. Elder Zhu then handed the communicated jade slip to the Dragon King. Elder Shui would like to speak with you. The Dragon King didn't think much of it, and accepted the communicated jade slip. What do you want, Elder Shu? Dragon King, are you absolutely certain that the intruder doesn't belong to the royal dragon family? Elder Shu asked him in a solemn voice. I have already gotten accountability for all men in my family, and none of them is even near the fairy paradise. I am 100% certain that the intruder does not belong to my royal family, or are you trying to tell me that I'm wrong? After a moment of silence, Elder Shu spoke. Then can you explain to me why this person has a golden dragon robe? What? The Dragon King immediately stood up and exclaimed in a shocked voice, dumbfounding the guard and Elder Zhu there. Impossible, that is not possible. Although a dragon's spatial ring could have accidentally gotten into the hands of a stranger, as it has happened a couple of times before, The golden dragon robe is an entirely different story with no such incidents." The Dragon King quickly refuted, and he continued, "The golden dragon robe can only be given to someone that will become a future dragon emperor. Our family doesn't even have a dragon emperor. How can we possibly lose a golden dragon robe when we don't even have one? In the world of dragon royalty there are different ranks of authority and power, from the lowest to the highest: dragon prince, princess, dragon lord, dragon king, dragon emperor, dragon god, and last but not least, dragon ancestor. The royal dragon family Yuan met in the ancient dragon city had dragon emperors, but in this world Dragon King was the highest rank. I don't believe it. I will send someone there to verify his identity." The Dragon King spoke after a long moment of silence. He then turned to look at the guard and said, "Bring Shenxi here as soon as possible." "Yes." "What is happening?" Elder Zhu asked him. The Dragon King looked at her and said, "That's what I would like to know. If this intruder truly has a golden dragon robe, you must not harm him under any circumstances." "Why? What's so special about this golden dragon robe?" Elder Zhu frowned. "The golden dragon robe represents a dragon emperor. There are many ranks in the royal dragon family, and a dragon emperor is up there. If you kill a dragon emperor, you won't just offend the royal dragon family, you'll be hunted by them. The fairy paradise might have the fairy empress and that person, but you won't be able to defend against the whole royal dragon family all over the 9 heavens. Furthermore, you'll only see dragon emperors above the 6th heaven, and we're currently in the 5th heaven." Elder Zhu frowned and said, "So you're telling me this invader came from the upper heavens?" "No, this is only a speculation, however. If it turns out that he really has a golden dragon robe, things will get a little complicated for the fairy paradise and my royal family." The Dragon King sighed. Sometime later, a beautiful young lady with a single golden horn on the side of her head appeared before the Dragon King. "I have arrived, Father. Why have you summoned me?" "Shenxi, you are to follow Elder Zhu here to the fairy paradise. There is a person there with the golden dragon robe, and I want you to verify his identity," said the Dragon King, instantly dumbfounding her. Chapter 617, Release him immediately. Did you just say the golden dragon robe, Father?" Shenxi asked him with a dumbfounded look on her face. "Yes, I did." The Dragon King nodded with a solemn face. "We don't have any dragon emperors in this world. So does this mean that someone from the upper heavens came down here?" "But why the fairy paradise?" Shenxi then asked. "I'm sending you there to answer that question. Hurry up and get moving. If he's really a dragon emperor, we don't want anything to happen to him. If he's real, you should know what to do." "I understand." Shenxi then followed Elder Zhu back to the fairy paradise, using some sort of special talisman that teleported them there within seconds. Meanwhile, back at the fairy paradise, Yuan was sitting in the corner of the prison cell while silently pondering to himself if there was anything else he could do to get out of this situation. "I just wanted to look at the Zither Goddess's immortal cave," he sighed inwardly. Eventually, Elder Shui returned to the prison and said to him, "Take out your golden dragon robe. I need to verify something." Yuan had no choice but to hand over his golden dragon robe to her. At least she didn't ask for the blood essence. He thought to himself as he handed her the golden dragon robe. Once she had the robe, Elder Shui left the scene and went to another place where Shenxi and the other sect elders were waiting. "Here is the golden dragon robe. Please verify it." Elder Shui handed the robe to Shenxi. Shenxi was visibly shaken when she touched the golden dragon robe. "This is real. My blood is reacting to it." She then looked at Elder Shui and spoke with a frown on her face. "You need to release that person immediately." "Unfortunately, that is not possible, as he'd violated our fairy paradise's law, and without the fairy empress's approval, we cannot let him go." One of the elders there said, "Screw the rules. This is a dragon emperor we're talking about. Even if he's not from our royal dragon family, we have a responsibility to protect him. If anything happens to him, we'll be the least of your worries. You do not belong to a royal family, so I don't blame you for being ignorant. But a dragon emperor is not someone you can offend. A single dragon emperor can remove my entire family with a single command, much less your fairy paradise." The elders there were left speechless by Shen Shi's words. They have never encountered a dragon emperor before, so they didn't know the severity of their situation. "We'll release the man, but this doesn't mean he can leave," Elder Shui suddenly said, and she continued, "Before we can fully release him, we'll need to speak with the Fairy Empress." I doubt the Fairy Empress will be willing to go to war with the royal dragon family for a single man. "And I will be staying here until he is free," Shen Shi said. "Do as you please." Elder Shu said before leaving the place, and returning to the prison cell that held Yuan. Of course, Shen Shi followed her, as she wanted to meet this mysterious dragon emperor for herself. "Hey, he's the dragon emperor! He's so young, not to mention his lacking cultivation base. Is he really a dragon emperor?" Shen Shi's eyes widened with surprise when she saw Yuan. This is her first time meeting a dragon emperor, so she wasn't sure what to expect, but she definitely wasn't expecting to see a handsome young man like Yuan. "Here's your robe. We'll be releasing you for now, but that doesn't mean you're completely free to go, as we still have to speak with the Fairy Empress. In the meantime, you'll be staying in a designated area." Elder Shui said to Yuan as she returned the golden dragon robe to him. When Yuan left the prison cell, Shen Shi approached him with a friendly smile on her face. "Hello, Senior. I am Shen Shi of the Royal Dragon family, and I will do my best to sort things out for you. Until then, I will be staying with you. If you need anything, just let me know." The Royal Dragon family, Yuan immediately recalled the royal family from the ancient dragon city. "My name is Yuan," he then said. "Follow me. I will lead you to your living quarters for now," Elder Shui said to them. Sometime later, they arrived in this secluded area that had a single house, but a large courtyard. "You're not allowed to this leave area until we give you the permission. If you try to escape, we will kill you even if you're a dragon emperor," Elder Shui said to him. "What dragon emperor?" Yuan raised his eyebrows when he heard her words. Since when did he become a dragon emperor? This made him recall how the dragons in the ancient dragon city mistook him as someone from the royal family. Now that I think about it, this situation is really similar to when I first arrived in the ancient dragon city. Yuan smiled bitterly when he realized this. Elder Shui left the scene shortly after, but there were many guards that surrounded this area. "Let's go inside to talk, shall we?" Shen Shi said to him. "Okay." Once they entered the building, they both sat down in front of each other. "I'm sure you have many questions, but allow me to ask you a few questions first." Shen Shi started the conversation, and she continued, "First and foremost, are you really a dragon emperor, or from the royal dragon family for that matter? Although you have the dragon's spatial ring and even the golden dragon robe, I'm still not entirely convinced that you're one." Yuan didn't immediately respond to her question, and took his time pondering how he should respond to Chapter 618. "Can I see your horns? Should I tell her the truth? But if they learn that I am not from the royal family, no, I should pretend to be a dragon emperor for my own safety." After pondering for a moment, Yuan has decided to act as though he was from the royal dragon family, as he would be killed if he wasn't. "That's right, I am indeed from the royal dragon family," he said to Shen Shi in a calm voice. Of course, Shen Shi wasn't completely convinced by his words, as there are several questionable points about his claims. First, why has he kept his identity a secret until now? If he'd revealed his identity earlier, he wouldn't have been treated so roughly. Secondly, he didn't have concrete proof that he was from a royal family, and they won't be able to verify his identity until they bring him back to their family, where the tools to verify his identity is available. The dragon's spatial ring and the golden dragon robe may convince a lot of people, but it won't fool the real royal family. "Can you prove it?" Shen Shi suddenly asked him, still with a smile on her face. And she continued, "Don't misunderstand my intentions, Senior Yuan, but I have never seen a dragon emperor before, and I want to know for sure so that you can receive my family's full support. I don't blame you for being skeptical." "All right. I will prove it, Yuan said to her before closing his eyes. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes and activated dragon gaze, causing his eyes to glow golden and emit an intimidating aura. When Shen-Shi experienced Yuan's dragon gaze, her body trembled from excitement and fear at the same time, even though her cultivation base was far higher than Yuan's. It's really the dragon's gaze, and it's so much more powerful than mine. He's the real deal, a real dragon emperor. Shen-Shi clenched her fists and jaws just to keep her emotions in control, but her heart was pounding with excitement. After experiencing Yuan's powerful dragon's gaze, Shen-Shi stood up before kneeling in front of him. Please forgive this junior for doubting the senior's identity. Our Shen royal family will do everything in our power to protect senior, even if it means war against the fairy paradise. War? Calm down. I do not wish for any wars because of me. Yuan quickly shook his head. Then if there's anything this junior can do to help you. Yuan nodded and said, I'd like some information about this place. You see, I accidentally got transported to this place, so I am a little clueless at this moment. So that's what happened. Shen-Shi mumbled in a low voice. This explained why he was a dragon emperor and they didn't recognize him, to think that he'd been transported here by accident. Although such incidents are rare, it's not unprecedented. Since you're a dragon emperor, I assumed that you came from the upper heavens? Something like that. Yuan quickly nodded. If she knew that he came from the lower heavens, that would instantly give away his identity. Anyway, allow me to tell you about our humble world, senior. You can sit down, Yuan suddenly said to her, who was still kneeling on the floor. Thank you, senior. After clearing her throat, she began to speak. We are currently inside the fairy paradise within the fifth heaven. Fifth heaven? Yuan was shocked to learn this information, to think he'd traveled 4 entire realms. Just what kind of secret is the Zither goddess hiding? Why would her immortal caves do something like this? The fairy paradise is a unique place in the fifth heaven that forbids men from entering this land regardless of their status. There are many sects and families within the fairy paradise, and this particular sect is called the Fleeting Fairy Sect. Looks like I have fallen into a troublesome place, Yuan sighed. Don't worry, Senior Yuan. Our royal dragon family will guarantee your safety. Although I said that there is no exception, I highly doubt the fairy empress is willing to go to war with the royal dragon family over an accident like this. Furthermore, it was not as though you came to this place with malicious intentions. Fairy empress. Is she like the ruler of the fairy paradise? Yuan asked. Yes, that's right. She's the #1 expert in this world. Hence why not many people dare to intrude on this land. You'll most likely have to meet her later to deal with the situation. I look forward to it, Yuan said with a bittersweet smile. After talking for some time, Yuan noticed that Shen-Shi was actually a little bit fidgety for some reason, so he decided to ask her, Are you okay? Yes. Shen-Shi responded in a nervous tone. If you have something to say, go ahead and say it, Yuan urged. Shen-Shi stared at him for a moment before nodding. Tea, then, if you don't mind. Senior Yuan, can I see your horns? I want to see what a dragon emperor's horn looks like. My horns? Yuan was left speechless by her innocent question that was sparked by her curiosity. After all, a dragon's horn is incredibly important to them. Sorry, but due to circumstances, I cannot show you my horns. Yuan politely declined. Is that so? It's fine, Senior Yuan. You don't need to apologize. It was rude of me to ask you in the first place. Shen-Shi said with a smile on her face, but the disappointment in her eyes wasn't hidden well enough. Although some dragons prefer having their horns out all the time like Shen-Shi and her family, some dragons don't want to show their horns for many different reasons. Now that I think about it, the dragons at the ancient dragon city didn't show their horns. I wonder if there's a specific reason. Yuan wondered to himself. Chapter 620:19 Don't Resist. After talking to each other for a few minutes, Shen-Shi stood up and said, Please excuse me for a bit, Senior Yuan. I still need to notify my father of the circumstances so that he can prepare accordingly. He's probably shaking in anxiety right now from waiting. Go ahead, take your time. Yuan nodded. Shen Shi then left the scene and went outside to contact her father using a communication jade slip. Shen Shi? What is the news? Is this person really a dragon emperor? Her father immediately began questioning her in an anxious manner. Calm down, father. You'll need all of your breath for this, Shen Shi said to him. And she continued, It's true, this person is the real deal, a real dragon emperor. The Dragon King stared at the communication jade slip with a look of disbelief on his face. A real dragon emperor? If this is true, they must protect him at all cost. Tell me everything, the Dragon King said. Yes, Shen Shi proceeded to explain everything she heard from Yuan to her father. He accidentally arrived in the fairy paradise and actually belongs to the upper heaven. No wonder why he's already a dragon emperor despite being only a spirit grand master. Shen Shi's voice then resounded, Father, we must protect him at all cost. Now that we are aware of his presence, if anything happens to him, our family will be held responsible. You don't have to tell me the obvious. We'll protect him even if we have to go to war with the fairy paradise, the Dragon King declared. Anyways, I will leave the Dragon Emperor in your care while I speak with the Fairy Empress Shen Shi. If he takes a liking to you, it will greatly benefit our family. Does this mean you want me to? No, do not try to seduce him, as that could have the opposite effect. However, if he makes any advances on you, don't resist or refuse him. If you join a Dragon Emperor's family, our future bloodline will become purer and more powerful. I understand, Father, Shen Shi acknowledged before putting away the communication jade slip. Ha ha ha. She released a deep sigh before returning to the building. However, to her surprise, Yuan had completely disappeared from the place like a ghost. But when she started questioning it, something altered her thoughts, making her forget about Yuan temporarily. As for Yuan, he'd tried logging off the game after she left, and it was a success. Are you done playing already, Brother Yuan? Chu Liuxiang, who had been lying beside him the entire time, asked him when he logged off. Yes, too much has happened today, and I need some time to rest. What happened? I will listen if you tell me, she said. Yuan nodded and proceeded to recall his experience meanwhile, somewhere in the fairy paradise. Fairy Empress, something big has occurred in our land. An extraordinarily beautiful woman spoke as she approached the Fairy Empress, who was sitting on a large throne, silently cultivating. What happened? The Fairy Empress opened her eyes, revealing her exquisite emerald eyes. A man had entered our fairy paradise. A man? And here I thought it was something serious. Just execute him like we always do, said the Fairy Empress, interrupting the other woman. Unfortunately, this man is a little special, so we cannot just kill him. Special? I don't care if he's the king of multiple continents. If they disrespect my rules, they will pay the price. Fairy Empress, this man is a dragon emperor from the royal dragon family, the woman interrupted. What did you just say? The Fairy Empress's eyes widened with disbelief. According to my disciples at the sect, a man had suddenly appeared in the fairy paradise, and this man turned out to be a dragon emperor. Said the woman who was the sect master of the fleeting fairy sect. However, the Fairy Empress doubted this information. A dragon emperor, you say? That is not possible. They should only exist in the sixth heaven and above. Why would a dragon emperor appear here? It's true, Fairy Empress. My disciples even went to the royal dragon family to get someone to verify his identity. The Dragon King is now demanding we release this man. The Fairy Empress turned silent after hearing such news. If this man is really a dragon emperor, we cannot kill him, or we will risk offending the entire royal family dragon. Although I can handle the royal families in this world, if the other royal families from the upper heavens start causing trouble as well, it would be disastrous for us. Unlike a dragon king, a dragon emperor is highly regarded in the royal dragon family, so they will definitely protect him, even if it will start a war. After many moments of silence, the Fairy Empress spoke. What else do we know about this dragon emperor? The sect master then recalled everything her disciples told her to the Fairy Empress. Interesting. I want to speak with this mysterious dragon emperor who appeared out of thin air. When do you wish to see him? I will let my disciples arrange it. I am a little busy now, so I will see him in 3 days. He may be a dragon emperor, but he still violated my rules, so he'll have to wait a little, I understand. Please excuse me while I relay this information to my disciples." The following day, Yuan returned to Cultivation Online to find Shen Shi quietly sitting on the couch. "I apologize for disappearing so suddenly yesterday without telling you," Yuan said to her. However, to his surprise, Shen Shi didn't appear to care about it. In fact, she was oddly dismissive about it, not even bothering to ask any questions. If Cultivation Online is real and these people are not actual NPCs, why don't they question us players when we suddenly disappear? Is something preventing her from caring? Yuan wondered to himself as he silently stared at Shen Shi. Thank you for listening to the story on kevinaudio.com, Chapter 620, Meeting the Fairy Empress. Let's test this out, Yuan thought to himself. The next second, he logged off the game right in front of Shen Shi. Eh? Where did he go? Shen Shi was baffled by Yuan's sudden disappearance. However, when she tried to think any further about the situation, she suddenly stopped caring for some reason. A moment later, Yuan reappeared before her. "Senior." Shen Shi looked at him weirdly. "What do you think of that?" Yuan suddenly asked her. "Think of what, Senior?" Shen Shi tilted her head in a puzzled manner. "The way I disappeared and reappeared like a ghost. What do you think about it?" "You disappeared when?" Shen Shi asked, dumbfounding Yuan. "Just now. Look, I will even do it again." Yuan proceeded to log off and back in for a second time in front of her. However, Shen Shi remained nonchalant about it. "You really don't see anything wrong with me disappearing and reappearing so randomly?" Yuan asked her. "But, Senior, you have been standing there this entire time. Are you playing a joke on me?" "I'm sorry, but I don't understand it." Shen Shi shook her head. "Sorry, forget about it." Yuan gave up on asking Shen Shi. Sometime later, Yuan went outside to the backyard to cultivate. "I didn't notice this before because of my situation, but the spiritual energy in this place is very thick. I should take advantage of this and cultivate." Yuan then started his cultivation, quickly absorbing the spiritual energy around him. Shen Shi watched him cultivate out of curiosity, and to her absolute shock, Yuan was cultivating so fast that a small vortex was created around him, and it swallowed the surrounding spiritual energy like a beast. What ridiculous cultivation talents, as expected of a dragon emperor from the upper heavens. Shen Shi cried inwardly as she continued to watch over him. Sometime later, Elder Shui showed up at their place to let them know the Fairy Empress's response. "I will take you to meet with the Fairy Empress in 3 days," Elder Shui said to them. "I understand," Yuan nodded. Once Elder Shui left the scene, Yuan returned to cultivating for the remainder of the day. "I will see you tomorrow," Yuan said to her before logging off. "Please wait a moment, Senior Yuan." Shen Shi suddenly said, "What's the matter?" "If you need anything at night, just let me know," she said. "Okay." Yuan nodded and logged off without thinking too much about her words. 3 days later. "I have come to take you to the Fairy Empress." Elder Shu arrived at their door early in the morning. "Are you ready to leave, Senior Yuan?" Shen Shi asked him. "Yes." "Give me a minute to change," he said, and went to change into the golden dragon robe. "Let's go." Yuan appeared before them a few minutes later. However, Shen Shi didn't respond, and she even looked a bit dazed when she saw him, almost like a girl experiencing love at first sight. "Are you okay?" Yuan asked her. Yes," she snapped out of her daze and immediately began blushing. He looks completely different when wearing the golden dragon robe. Even his aura changed. This must be a true dragon emperor. Although Yuan looked like an ordinary person in his casual robes, he truly looked like he belonged to royalty in the golden dragon robe, which caught Shen Shi by surprise. "Get on," Elder Shui said to them after taking out her flying treasure. However, Shen Shi declined and said, "It's okay, I have my own." Then she turned to Yuan and asked him, "Would you like to ride on mine, Senior Yuan?" "Sure." He nodded, as he didn't have his own flying treasure yet. Shan-Shi then retrieved her flying treasure. That was a dragon. It looked very similar to the one used by the sect master of the Dragon Essence Temple, but it also looked more majestic and refined. After jumping onto its head, Shan-Shi commanded the flying treasure to follow Elder Shui, who was riding on a large swan. About 3 hours later, Yuan could see a massive and majestic castle in the distance. "Is that where the Fairy Empress lives? What a huge place," Yuan muttered out loud. Shen-Shi, who heard his mumble, nodded and said, "That's right. It is also home to many powerful experts." A few more minutes later, they began descending towards the ground. The moment they landed, Yuan could instantly feel many gazes staring directly at him, and they weren't friendly looks. Yuan looked around, and sure enough, there were many pretty ladies there looking at him with a look of contempt on their faces. "Don't worry about them, Senior Yuan. It's common for women in the fairy paradise to hate men." Shen-Shi comforted him. "Is there a reason why they harbor such feelings?" Yuan asked out of curiosity. A lot of them had been wronged by men in the past. "Which is the main reason?" she said. "What are you waiting for? Let's hurry up and meet the Fairy Empress," Elder Shui said to them. While they walked, Shen-Shi whispered to Yuan, "Senior, I can tell that you're a calm and humble person after spending the last few days with you, but you should act a little more authoritative when speaking with the Fairy Empress so that she doesn't look down on you." "Authoritative, huh? I will try." He nodded. After walking through many hallways and large room, they finally arrived at the main room. "The Fairy Empress is right behind these doors. If you do anything inappropriate—" Elder Shui narrowed her eyes at them. "I can say the same to you. If you disrespect the Dragon Emperor," Shen-Shi said. Elder Shui opened the door and entered the room with Yuan and Shen-Shi. Chapter 621. "Why don't you take a guess? That's the Fairy Empress?" Yuan thought to himself as they approached the figure sitting all the way at the end of the room, and there was another figure standing beside her, who was wearing a uniform that looked similar to Elder Sui's robes. As for the woman sitting on the throne, she was an extremely beautiful woman with long golden hair and emerald-colored eyes. "This junior greets the Fairy Empress." Elder Sui bowed to her. She then turned to bow to the woman standing beside the Fairy Empress. "This disciple greets the sect master." Seeing Elder Shu greet them, Yuan also prepared to greet them. However, Shen-Shi stopped him from greeting them before stepping forward. "Fairy Empress, the royal dragon family demands you release the Dragon Emperor as soon as possible. If you keep him detained any longer, we will have no choice but to escalate the situation." Yuan stared at Shen-Shi with wide eyes. The Fairy Empress should be the most powerful person in this world, yet Shen-Shi dared to speak to her in such a tone. Either the Dragon Royal family is as powerful as the Fairy Empress, or she's incredibly daring. After hearing Shen-Shi's words, the Fairy Empress coldly snorted. "Are you threatening me? You have gotten quite daring since our last meeting, Shen-Shi. Have you forgotten about where you are standing right now? That man's life is now in my hands, whether he's the Dragon Emperor or not, so you should watch your mouth and attitude when around me, little girl. You can also save your scare tactics for another time, Fairy Empress. You should know very well what will happen to the fairy paradise if you harm even a single hair on his body." Shen-Shi snorted back. "Are you sure you want to start a war with the royal dragon family? And it won't just be against my family, but against every royal dragon family in the 9 heavens." The Fairy Emperor suddenly burst out laughing that echoed loudly in the large room. When she eventually stopped laughing, the Fairy Empress suddenly released her cultivation base, instantly pressuring Shen-Shi. That also affected Yuan, even though he was not targeted. "What powerful pressure! I have never felt anything like this before. What cultivation base is this Fairy Empress at?" Yuan cried inwardly. "I will not repeat myself. This is my house, not the royal dragon family. Shen-Shi, you will get hurt if you continue barking so loud." Shen-Shi gritted her teeth and also released her cultivation base to retaliate. However, Yuan suddenly shouted, "Fairy Empress!" The fairy empress immediately stopped her pressure and turned to look at him with interest. "Did you call me here to fight with her, or do you want to speak with me?" he asked her with a calm face. "Dragon Emperor, huh? Are you really a Dragon Emperor? How can a Dragon Emperor have such a pathetic cultivation base?" The fairy empress spoke after a moment of silence. "Our ranks are not determined by one's cultivation base, but by our bloodline's purity and raw talents," Shen-Shi responded. The fairy empress turned to look at Shen-Shi with an annoyed look on her face, and she spoke. "Shen-Shi, can you let the little emperor speak for himself? You really think I don't know how the Dragon Royal family works? If you speak any more, I will have you removed until we are done. Fairy Empress, I can speak for myself just fine. The only reason I'm not being aggressive is because I am in the wrong for entering the fairy paradise without permission." Yuan suddenly said, "However, it appears that I am being treated as a pushover by staying silent, so I will be the one talking now." "Oh, then what do you have to say for yourself?" The fairy empress no longer bothered with Shen-Shi and returned her focus to Yuan. "Like I'd already mentioned, I acknowledge that I am in the wrong for breaking the rules of this place. But it was not as though I came here on purpose. I was accidentally teleported here from another heaven, and I had no control over that whatsoever. If you're going to kill me over something like this, then you should be prepared to face the consequences for killing a Dragon Emperor." "Can you tell me which of the 9 heavens did you come from?" the fairy empress asked him with a calm face. "That has nothing to do with my situation, so I will not entertain you," Yuan calmly responded, and he continued. "The real question here is whether you'll kill me or let me go." After a moment of silence, the fairy emperor spoke with a cold grin on her face. "What if I don't kill you, but I will also not let you go? What if I feel like keeping you imprisoned here forever?" "You dare!" Shen-Shi exclaimed in an angry voice. "Of course I dare. Even if the royal dragon family from the upper heavens were to cause trouble here, I also have connections to people in the upper heaven. Don't think you can intimidate me with the royal family. And I highly doubt the royal family would want to offend these people for a mere dragon emperor. Now, if he was a dragon god, that might be able to save him." Hearing her words, Yuan suddenly started laughing. He then said, "Go ahead and imprison me if you want. But before you make that decision, you should know that I have someone waiting for me, and if I don't show up, let's just say that he'll be very angry." After saying these words, Yuan retrieved a glass bottle from his dragon's spatial ring before tossing it to the fairy empress. "What is this? If you think a drop of blood will save you—" The fairy empress suddenly stopped speaking when she took a closer look at the drop of blood in the bottle. "Whose blood essence does this belong to?" she suddenly shouted in a grim voice, startling everyone there. "Why don't you take a guess? I will give you a hint. He's the one who created the royal dragon family," Yuan said with a smile on his face. Chapter 622, Blood Essence of a Godlike Entity. You don't mean— Shen-Shi covered her mouth in shock after hearing Yuan's words. "Bullshit!" The fairy empress suddenly stood up and exclaimed in a somewhat angry manner. "There's no way this blood essence belongs to the dragon ancestor." She denied his claims. "I don't blame you for not believing me. I mean, this is the dragon ancestor that we're talking about. However, I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, you can imprison me and wait to find out the truth. Though it might be too late then." The fairy empress gritted her teeth after hearing Yuan's words. Although she cannot tell whether this blood essence truly belonged to the dragon ancestor or not, she could tell that the blood essence had come from a godlike being due to the unique spiritual energy the blood essence contained. While ordinary cultivators all cultivate the same spiritual energy in the air, once they reach a certain cultivation level, they will need to absorb different types of spiritual energy. For example, a cultivator that has achieved immortality will need to absorb immortal qi in order to continue their progress, and the ordinary spiritual energy in their body will eventually be replaced by immortal qi. Above immortals are god-like beings that can create stars and life with a snap of their finger, and these apex entities will cultivate celestial qi, something that the fairy empress could sense within the blood essence. Therefore, even if this blood essence in her grasp doesn't belong to the dragon ancestor, it doesn't take away from the fact that it came from a godlike being, someone who has reached the peak of cultivation. And if it's true that Yuan has connections to a godlike being, nobody in the fifth heaven can touch him, unless they want to die a horrible death. After standing there with a perplexed look on her face, the fairy empress suddenly started laughing like a maniac. "You're good, really good, Dragon Emperor. I would have never expected for you to use this kind of method to convince me." When she eventually stopped laughing, the fairy empress started approaching Yuan with a profound smile on her face. Shen Shi stood between them when she saw this. "Get out of my way, Shen Shi," the fairy empress said to her in a cold tone. "I refuse," she instantly responded. However, Yuan tapped her from behind and said, "It's okay." Shen Shi gritted her teeth. As much as she wanted to keep him safe from the fairy empress, she couldn't disobey a dragon emperor who has connections to the dragon ancestor himself. Therefore, she could only reluctantly move out of fairy empress' way, allowing her to approach Yuan. Once the fairy empress was in front of Yuan, she returned the dragon ancestor's blood essence back to him and said, "I was only teasing you. I have no intentions of harming you, nor do I wish to start a war with the royal dragon family over something like this. However, since you did break my rules, I had to punish you one way or another." Yuan was left speechless by the fairy empress's words. She had been teasing him this entire time. So it was all an act? He really thought she wanted to keep him imprisoned. I don't believe you," Shenshir exclaimed shortly after hearing the fairy empress's words. "You definitely weren't joking. I don't care if you believe me or not." The fairy empress shrugged. "Though I won't deny that I teased you more than planned because of your big mouth, Shen Shi." "Does this mean I'm free to go?" Yuan asked her. "Yes. Congratulations on becoming the first man to enter the fairy paradise without dying, little emperor." "Thank you. Now I just need to figure out how I am supposed to return to where I came from." He sighed. "Senior, why don't you follow me back to the royal dragon family? Perhaps we can help you figure something out." Yuan hesitated for a brief moment, since they might learn that he was disguising as Dragon Emperor if he followed her back to her family. "Why don't you just go back through the stairway to heaven? If you came from the upper heavens, you don't need to do any trials to go back up there." The fairy empress said, "Unfortunately, my situation is a little special, so I cannot take the stairway to heaven." Yuan shook his head. "Do as you please anyways. You are free now, so hurry up and leave this place. If you continue lingering around, I might change my mind and keep you here forever." The fairy empress then said. Yuan nodded and turned to look at Shen Shi. "I'll have to inconvenience your family for a bit. It's not an inconvenience. In fact, it's an honor for our royal family to have you, Senior Yuan." Shen Shi bowed to him. Some time later, Yuan left the place with Shen Shi on her flying treasure. "Is it really okay to let him go?" Elder Shui asked the fairy empress after they left. "We have no choice. The fact that a godlike being has given him their blood essence means he's very important to that person. We cannot afford to offend such a person." The fairy empress shook her head. What if he'd obtained that blood essence through other means? Even if that might be the case, we cannot risk it. You have no idea how horrifying a godlike entity is. A single one of them could easily wipe out an entire world without sweating. "Is that so, anyways? Just forget about this incident. If the others ask about it, just say we already took care of him. I understand." Meanwhile, back in the lower heavens at the Heavenly Melody Academy. "Has he not returned yet?" Songlinger asked Iwan, who has been waiting in front of the Zither Fairy's immortal cave for the last 3 days. "No, he hasn't." Iwan shook her head. "Looks like we will have to delay his performance indefinitely until he returns. What a headache." Chapter 623, Visiting the Royal Dragon Family. Somewhere in the lower heavens, 3 figures could be seen soaring through the sky at high speed without the assistance of flying treasures. Can either of you feel the young master's presence? It suddenly appeared 3 days ago, but then it disappeared shortly after. A beautiful woman with a lavish figure asked the other 2 figures, who were a little girl and a graceful young lady. Of course, these 3 were Yuan's companions that had gone on a journey without him for the last few months. "I cannot feel Brother Yuan's presence," Xiaohua said. Me neither. Lan Yingying shook her head. And here I thought the young master has finally returned to us. Feng Yuxiang released a deep sigh. Anyways, this is where the young master's presence disappeared from. It turned out to be the Heavenly Melody Academy. Feng Yuxiang said as they hovered above the Heavenly Melody Academy. What should we do now? Lan Yingying asked in response to Lan Yingying's question. Xiaohua began flying towards the Heavenly Melody Academy before descending into the inner court. Xiaohua's sudden appearance shocked the disciples there, as only spirit grandmasters have the capability to fly without the assistance of flying treasures or flying swords, and when Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying also descended onto the ground from the sky, the disciples' shock turned into fear. Why did three experts suddenly appear in the middle of their sect? However, before any disciple could approach them, Song Linger noticed their presence and appeared before them. I am Song Linger, sect master of the Heavenly Melody Academy. How can my sect help you? Sect Master Song, we are looking for someone. Feng Yuxiang stepped forward. Yi, you're Madame Feng. After taking a closer look at their appearances, Song Linger recognized them, and they recalled seeing them with the Dragon Essence Temple at the Mystic Realm. This person you're looking for, is it Yuan? Song Linger had this gut feeling and asked them, Yes, we are. Have you seen him? We stopped whatever we were doing to come here after sensing his presence, but it disappeared shortly after, and we haven't sensed it again since then. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Well, you see, what had happened was Song Linger proceeded to explain to them how Yuan had disappeared after touching the Zither Goddess Immortal Cave, and has been missing since then. What? He disappeared? Do you have any idea where he could have went? Feng Yuxiang asked. No, but you can take a look at the place if you wish. Song Linger said. Take us there. Xiaohua immediately said. Okay. Song Linger then led the three ladies to the Zither Goddess Immortal Cave. Of course, Yuan was still waiting there. He disappeared after touching this boulder that seals the entrance. Song Linger pointed to the large boulder blocking the entrance. Feng Yuxiang narrowed her eyes at the boulder for a moment before speaking. There's a powerful teleport formation within this immortal cave. Really? Can you do something about this situation? Song Linger asked, feeling a little hopeful. I can't say for certain, but we need to go inside to take a closer look at the formation. Can you open it? Feng Yuxiang said. Unfortunately, that's not possible. This immortal cave hasn't been opened since the Zither Goddess left. The only way to open the immortal cave is by forcing it open, but that would destroy the other immortal caves if we're not careful. Before Song Linger could even finish her sentence, Xiaohua released her cultivation base and used Qi manifestation to grab the boulder. The next second, Xiaohua yanked the entire boulder away from the entrance, forcefully opening the immortal cave without damaging the other immortal caves. This left Song Linger and Yuan completely speechless, as they have never seen an immortal cave being opened in such a forceful manner. What cultivation base does she have to achieve such a feat? Song Linger cried inwardly. Although she could tell that Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying were both at the peak of Spirit Grand Master, she was unable to see Xiaohua's cultivation base. Then she recalled what happened at the Mystic Realm. If I remember correctly, that senior from the upper heavens called her a spirit king. Let's go inside, Xiaohua said as she began walking into the immortal cave without waiting for the others. Clearly, she was the most anxious one there. Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying followed her inside without hesitation. Meanwhile, at the fifth heaven, after leaving the fairy paradise, Shenxi led Yuan back to her royal dragon family using a teleport treasure, so it only took them a few minutes at most. After being teleported to right outside her family's living quarters, Shenxi approached the gates with Yuan behind him. Welcome to the Shen family, Senior Dragon Emperor. The guards got onto their knees and greeted Yuan the moment they got close enough. Welcome back, young lady. They greeted Shenxi afterward. Once the guards opened the gates, Shenxi led Yuan into their living quarters. However, before they even reached the building in the distance, Yuan could see many figures standing outside the building. These figures were obviously the royal dragon family that lived in this place. The Dragon King and his entire family had gathered outside to greet Yuan. It was a privilege that only dragon emperors and above could experience. Once Yuan got close enough, everyone besides the Dragon King and his wife got onto their knees to greet him. "Greetings, Senior Dragon Emperor," they all shouted in a loud voice, clearly exhilarated to have a dragon emperor visit their home. As for Yuan, he felt a little guilty for disguising himself as a dragon emperor. If these people learned that he's not even a dragon, much less the dragon emperor, he could only imagine what they might do to him. If they learn the truth, I might as well return to the fairy paradise, since it would be safer there, Yuan cried inwardly as he greeted the Shane family. Chapter 624, Dragon Paradise. "Hello, everyone. Thank you for the warm welcome, but I'd prefer it if you guys acted more casual and informal when around me," Yuan said to them after seeing them treat him as though he was some kind of emperor. "My name is Yuan, and you can call me as such." The people there looked at each other with doubtful gazes. Can they really address a dragon emperor so casually? They won't receive divine punishment from their ancestor for doing so. "If you say so, Yuan," the Dragon King said. "Anyways, let us introduce ourselves." The royal family then began introducing themselves, starting from the Dragon King. Once everyone there was done, the Dragon King invited Yuan inside the building. "By any chance, are you hungry? We are preparing for a feast right now," the Dragon King asked him sometime later after they were all sitting down. "I'm a little hungry." Yuan nodded. "In the meantime, if there's anything we can help you with, I am trying to find a way back to my own world, but I'm not sure how I even got to this place in the first place. Can you describe to me what had happened before you came here?" the Dragon King asked. Yuan proceeded to recall everything that had happened. "So you touched the entrance of an immortal cave and got teleported here. By the way you described it, I believe it was a teleport formation that specializes in long-distance transportation," the Dragon King said. "Do you think I was teleported to the fairy paradise by accident?" Yuan then asked. "No, I don't think so. Long-distance transportations usually have a set destination, and they are very precise. If the teleport formation took you to the fairy paradise, that means whoever created the teleport formation meant for it to happen? Then is there a way to return to my own world? Maybe if I find the teleport formation again?" Yuan then asked. Back when he was teleported to the ancient dragon city, he was able to teleport back using the same teleport, so maybe he could do the same if he can find the Zither goddess teleport formation. However, the Dragon King shook his head and said, "When you appeared in this world, you weren't on top of a teleport formation, but high up in the sky, right? This means that the teleport formation that transported you here was a one-way teleport formation, so I cannot return to my world," Yuan mumbled in a low voice. "If you came from the upper heavens, you can use the stairway to heaven to return, but it will be a little tedious," the Dragon King said. "What if I want to go to the lower heaven?" Yuan suddenly asked. "The lower heaven?" The Dragon King raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner, but he didn't question it and answered, "That would be a little tricky. If you want to go to the lower heaven, you'll need to speak with the Lord of this realm to get permission to go to the lower heaven, and the lower you go, the more resources you'll need to expend." "The Lord of this realm? Who is this Lord?" Yuan asked. "That would be the Fairy Empress. She was the Lord of this realm?" Yuan was surprised to learn this information. "I just left that place too," he sighed inwardly. "Are you really trying to go to the lower heavens, Senior Yuan?" Shen Shi asked him. "Well, I have some business there, so yes," the Dragon King pondered for a moment before speaking. "Fortunately, you're only a spirit grandmaster, so it will be easier for you to descend, but not by too much, since you'll still need to speak with the Fairy Empress and have the resources to activate the formation. I will speak with the Fairy Empress later." "Thank you." Yuan nodded. "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Yuan pondered for a bit before speaking. "Do you know of a place called the Ancient Dragon City?" He wanted to know how the royal families outside that place view the city. The Ancient Dragon City? The Dragon King seemed to be puzzled by Yuan's question for some reason. Yes, is there something wrong with that place? Yuan tilted his head in a questioning manner. The ancient dragon city? Isn't that a mythical world where only dragons live? It's a very popular legend. Shen Shi suddenly said, What do you mean a legend? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise upon hearing her words. You don't know? The ancient dragon city is a legendary world that was created during the primordial era by the dragon ancestor, because dragons were hunted for their precious blood, but nobody has ever been to that place, at least nobody in this world. Shen Shi explained. A legend, Yuan mumbled to himself. It is also called the Dragon Paradise by some people. Shen Shi added, Why are you interested in the ancient dragon city? The Dragon King asked him. Don't tell me that you'd actually came from that place. Although the Dragon King spoke as though it was a joke, nobody there was laughing, and they just silently stared at Yuan for a response. Of course not. Yuan quickly denied coming from the place, which was the truth. Then do you think the ancient dragon city exists somewhere out there? Shen Shi asked a moment later. I do. Yuan nodded with a profound smile on his face. Some time later, the Dragon King was notified that the feast had been prepared, so everyone there began making their way towards the area. This feast is to honor the Dragon Emperor's presence, the Dragon King announced. Once the cheering stopped, they began feasting on the food, allowing Yuan to show off his eating talents, as expected of a Dragon Emperor. Even his food consumption is top tier. Look at how quickly he's cleaning up the plates. He's treating the food as though they are air. Chapter 625, Dragon Marble. After entering the Zither Goddess Immortal Cave, Xiaohua and the others immediately began looking around. However, they quickly realized that besides the teleport formation, there was essentially nothing else inside the Immortal Cave. There's nothing in here. Song Linger was left speechless by this discovery, as she has always believed that there were treasures inside the Immortal Cave. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiang took her time analyzing the formation on the ground, despite not being an expert. I'm no formation expert, but by the looks of it, this formation is a one-way teleport formation, and judging by the complexity of the design, it's a fairly powerful one. Can you tell where it took Brother Yuan? Xiaohua asked her. Unfortunately, only the creator of this formation would have this information. Feng Yuxiang shook her head. Then is there any way to activate it? Lan Yingying asked. You can normally activate a teleport formation by pouring enough spiritual energy inside it. But there are also formations that only activate under certain circumstances. We can try injecting our spiritual energy into this formation, but I don't have any hopes it'll do anything. Stand back, Xiaohua said as she began pouring her spiritual energy into the formation. However, no matter how much spiritual energy she fed the formation, it remained inactive. You said the young master played some sort of song with the zither before he was teleported away? Feng Yuxiang turned to ask Song Linger, who nodded. Yes, that's what my disciples who were with him at that time said. Feng Yuxiang sighed and said, Unless we have a formation master to analyze this formation, we won't be able to tell where it took him. But I doubt there are any formation masters in the lower heaven that is skilled enough to handle this formation. Is there really nothing we can do? Lan Yingying asked. Unfortunately, Feng Yuxiang shook her head. But this is the young master that we're talking about. He will be fine no matter where he went. I just hope that he'll return soon. Meanwhile, in the fifth heaven, Yuan was sent to his personal room after the feast. If you need anything, just let us know. We'll have someone guarding outside around the clock for you, the Dragon King said to him before leaving. Wait a minute. Yuan stopped him before he left. Do you know of a Zither Goddess? He then asked. Zither Goddess? I do not, but I can try asking around. Is that so? Thank you. Yuan nodded. Once he was alone, Yuan laid on the bed with a pondering face. What should I do now? Even though this is a great chance for me to climb the 9 heavens, I cannot just leave everyone behind. Although he was given this rare chance of skipping 4 entire realms, allowing him to ascend much faster than other people, He didn't want to leave Xiaohua and the others behind. He couldn't. If only there's something that can help me return. Yuan sighed out loud as he closed his eyes. After a few minutes of silence, Yuan suddenly opened his eyes in a snapping manner, almost like he'd realized something. He then jumped off the bed and began searching inside his dragon spatial ring. A few moments later, Yuan retrieved a small round object from the dragon spatial ring, and it resembled a marble. This is the life-saving treasure that Elder Xuan gave me when I was still a disciple at the Dragon Essence Temple. He said that it could teleport me back to the sect no matter where I am. Yuan recalled the dragon marble that Elder Xuan had given him. However, he then recalled something else, that it would only work within the lower heavens. Ah, I forgot. He also mentioned that it would only work if I'm within the lower heavens. After staring at the dragon marble for a good moment, Yuan decided to still give it a try without having much hope that it will work. Yuan took a deep breath and began pouring his spiritual energy into the dragon marble. The dragon marble immediately began emitting a bright and golden light that reached every corner inside the room Yuan was in. Crack! Yuan could feel the dragon marble in his hands quickly heating up, and before he could react, it suddenly exploded into countless fragments, causing the light to intensify many times. It got so bright that it blinded Yuan, who felt like he was being pointed in every direction by powerful flashlights. The light began diminishing a few moments later, allowing Yuan to see again. When Yuan finally opened his eyes and could see his surroundings again, he was surprised to find himself surrounded by people wearing familiar-looking clothes. They are disciples of the Dragon Essence Temple? Did the treasure really bring me back to the sect? I thought it only worked if I was within the lower heavens. Yuan mumbled to himself in a daze. Indeed, Yuan had been teleported back to the Dragon Essence Temple after using the dragon marble. As for why Elder Xuan said that the dragon marble could only be used within the lower heavens, it was simply because he didn't know that it could be used even outside the lower heaven, as nobody has tried it before until Yuan. "Wu, who are you? Where did you come from?" The disciples around Yuan began shouting at him when they snapped out of their daze. Judging by their uniform, they should be outer court disciples anyways. I should hurry up and return to the Heavenly Melody Academy. Yuan decided to ignore these disciples and return to the Heavenly Melody Academy, shocking the disciples when he suddenly started flying without any flying treasures. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Melody Academy, Feng Yushang and the others were just about to leave the sect when they suddenly stopped their movements. I can sense the young master's presence again. The young master has returned. Feng Yushang exclaimed in an excited voice. What? Songlinger's eyes widened with shock by this unexpected news. Chapter 16026, Something Must Have Happened to Him. After returning to the lower heavens, Yuan immediately began making his way back to the Heavenly Melody Academy. When he got close enough, Feng Yushang's voice suddenly resounded in his head. "Young master, are you okay?" Feng, Yuan was delighted to hear her voice after so long. "Where are you right now?" Feng Yushang then asked. "I am currently heading to the Heavenly Melody Academy." "Is that so? Then we will wait for you here." "You're at the Heavenly Melody Academy right now?" "Why?" Yuan asked. "We sensed your presence here, but it disappeared before we could arrive." "Ah, I will explain everything to you later once I return." "Okay. See you later, young master." Feng Yushang then explained to Xiaohua and the others that Yuan was heading back to the Heavenly Melody Academy. "Is everything okay with Yuan?" Songlinger asked. Yes, he sounded fine. Feng Yushang nodded. Thank the heavens if anything had happened to him. Songlinger released a long sigh of relief after learning that Yuan was not harmed. Eventually, Yuan managed to return to the Heavenly Melody Academy without any problems. "Young master, brother Yuan, my lord." Xiaohua and the others immediately rushed to his side, feeling like an eternity since they last met. "Hello, everyone. It's been a while," Yuan said to them with a gentle smile on his face. "Yuan, I'm glad that you're fine, but where did you go for the past few days?" Songlinger asked him a moment later. "It's a long story, so let's go back to my living quarter first," Yuan said to them, as they began making their way to Yuan's temporary living quarters in the sect. Feng Yushang would stare at Yuan with a pondering gaze. "Young master, Did something happen recently? She decided to ask him. Huh, what do you mean? I feel like you had changed a lot since our last meeting. Yuan couldn't help but smile after hearing her words that Song Linger also asked. Yes, something did happen. How can you tell? A woman's intuition? Yuan couldn't help but interrupt her. Feng Yuxiang nodded with a dazed look on her face. If you need any help. Feng Yuxiang then mumbled. It was an unfortunate event, but don't worry, I have already taken care of it, he said. If you say so. Once they arrived at his living quarters and were seated, Yuan began recalling his experience in the fifth heaven. So I was teleported to a place called Fairy Paradise in the fifth heaven. Fifth heaven? Songlinger exclaimed in a shocked voice before he could even finish his sentence. Yes, and I was imprisoned there for a few days because only females are allowed in the Fairy Paradise. In order to leave, I had to speak with the Fairy Empress, and even had the help of the royal dragon family there. Sounds like you had it rough, young master. Feng Yuxiang said. Brother Yuan, how did you get back? The teleport formation that transported you was a one-way teleport, Xiaohua asked him. I used a treasure called the Dragon Marble. It was given to me by Elder Xuan at the Dragon Essence Temple. It was supposed to be a life-saving treasure, but I ended up using it to get back here. A life-saving treasure that can teleport you from the fifth heaven to the lower heavens. It must have been an incredibly powerful treasure, Feng Yuxiang mumbled. To be honest with you, I didn't think it'd work. My sudden disappearance will definitely cause some trouble for the royal dragon family since I was staying there as a guest. I only hope that nothing too dramatic happens. Yuan sighed as he could only imagine what will happen to the royal family once they realize that he was gone. I doubt anything will happen after all. They're the royal family. Why would they freak out over your disappearance? Feng Yuxiang said, unaware that Yuan had temporarily taken the identity of a dragon emperor while he was there, which will definitely cause some mayhem. Meanwhile, at the royal dragon family, a few hours after Yuan disappeared, the Dragon King returned to his room. I have asked around about Zither Goddess, just like you requested, and received some information. Are you available now? The Dragon King knocked on Yuan's room. When nobody responded, the Dragon King knocked on the door again. After waiting for a few more moments, the Dragon King turned to look at the guards and asked them, Did he leave while I was away? No, the Dragon Emperor hasn't left his room. Then why isn't he responding? The Dragon King mumbled to himself. Yuan, are you okay? The Dragon King knocked on the door again, feeling a little anxious for some reason. Eventually, the Dragon King decided to enter the room. Excuse me. However, to the Dragon King's surprise, the room was empty. Are you sure he didn't leave the room? What if he left, but you missed it? The Dragon King returned to the guards with a frown on his face. What? That's impossible. We have been watching the entrance since the Dragon Emperor went inside. Unless he left through the windows, we would have definitely noticed him leaving. The guards exclaimed, The windows are still locked, and they can only be locked from the inside. Furthermore, why would the Dragon Emperor leave through the windows? That doesn't make any sense, the Dragon King said. Actually, now that I think about it, I sensed a slight disturbance coming from the Dragon Emperor's room a while ago, but it disappeared almost as soon as it appeared, so I didn't think too much of it. One of the guards said, unaware that he'd sensed the Dragon Marble's activation. Shit! I had even scheduled a meeting with the Fairy Empress for the Dragon Emperor. How could he suddenly disappear? The Dragon King cursed. He then turned to look at the guards and commanded, Find out what happened to the Dragon Emperor. I don't believe that he'd leave without telling us. Something must have happened to him, and I want to know what. Chapter 627, Kidnapped. After commanding the guards to look for Yuan, the Dragon King gathered his family to notify them of the situation. What? Senior Yuan disappeared from his room. Shen Shi exclaimed in a shocked voice, and she continued, Are you sure he didn't leave his room to go somewhere? I have confirmed this with the guards. He hasn't left his room since he entered it, and the windows were still locked when I went to check on him. The Dragon King shook his head. Furthermore, the guards had sensed a disturbance inside his room before he disappeared, so there's a good chance that something had forced him to disappear. Why would anyone want to kidnap the Dragon Emperor? Someone there asked, "Maybe it's the fairy paradise. What if they released him so that they cannot be held accountable if anything happens to him afterward?" Another person there speculated, "That makes sense. How despicable. It must be the fairy paradise. I found it suspicious how they allowed the Dragon Emperor to leave so easily." The majority of the royal family believed that the fairy paradise was responsible for Yuan's disappearance at this point. Calm down, everyone. The Dragon King eventually spoke. "Although we are not always on good terms, I know the fairy empress very well. She is not the type to do something like this. At least I hope that's the case. Anyways, I will speak with the fairy empress later. Until then, you guys try to look for the Dragon Emperor. If he doesn't show up, and the people from the upper heaven begins looking for him, we'll be responsible for his disappearance as he disappeared while inside our territory. This will look incredibly bad for our royal family." The others began mumbling to each other. Indeed, if someone had to take the blame for Yuan's disappearance, their royal family would be first on the list, since Yuan had disappeared while staying in their family, and that could be disastrous for their family, especially since Yuan had connections to the one and only dragon ancestor. Uses whatever resources we have to find the Dragon Emperor. We will not rest until we find him or find whoever is responsible for his disappearance. Thus began the royal family's investigation on Yuan's disappearance that would lead them across the entire fifth heaven. Meanwhile, the Dragon King went to meet the fairy empress outside the fairy paradise. "Dragon King, why did you summon me? What is so urgent that you cannot wait for a few more days until my meeting with the Dragon Emperor?" the fairy empress asked him. The Dragon King didn't want to waste any time and went straight into the topic. "The Dragon Emperor is missing. He'd suddenly disappeared from his room." "What?" The fairy empress frowned upon hearing this information, and then she spoke in a grim voice. "I hope you didn't call me here just to accuse me of kidnapping him or something like that, right? To be completely honest with you, many people in my family believe the fairy paradise had something to do with his disappearance." Before the Dragon King could even finish his sentence, the fairy empress shouted in a loud voice, "You dare?" Her cultivation base exploded from her body, causing the surroundings to tremble. However, the Dragon King remained calm and continued to speak. "Calm down, fairy empress. If I am going to blame you for his disappearance, would I even be here?" The fairy empress retrieved her cultivation base after hearing his words, but the frown remained on her face. It's fact that the Dragon Emperor had disappeared, and he's only a Spirit Grand Master, so it wouldn't take much effort for anybody above Spirit King to kidnap him. However, the question is, who would kidnap him? I will tell you right now that the fairy paradise had nothing to do with his disappearance. If you dare blame us for it, we will not sit still and let you accuse us. The fairy empress said, "If their fairy paradise takes blame for Yuan's disappearance and the godlike entity shows up, it would be disastrous for the fairy paradise. In other words, unless they find Yuan, both the fairy paradise or the royal dragon family could face severe consequences." "I believe you, so why don't we cooperate to find out the real culprit behind his disappearance? If we don't find him and the people from the upper heavens show up, we'll both get in trouble." The fairy empress didn't immediately respond and took a moment to ponder. "Do you even have to think about this? If you don't help me, it will only make the fairy paradise look guilty. Furthermore, you imprisoned him for 3 days and even threatened to kill him." "Che," the fairy empress coldly snorted. "Fine. We will help you search for the Dragon Emperor. Thank you." The Dragon King remained with the fairy empress for a little longer to explain the situation in more detail. Meanwhile, in the lower heaven, Yuan was completely oblivious to the chaos that he'd caused by disappearing. Anyways, that's my story. What about you guys? What have you been doing for the past few months? Did you get a good look at the lower heavens, Ying? Yuan asked them after explaining his situation. "Yes, I got to visit many places from all 4 continents. It was a great experience, and I even managed to increase my cultivation to the peak of Spirit Grandmaster from all the treasures we found." Lan Yinging said. "Sounds like you guys had a great time," Yuan said with a smile on his face. "What are your plans now, young master?" Feng Yushang suddenly asked him. Once I am done here, I will be challenging the stairway to heaven, he calmly responded. Eh, really? I thought you wanted to explore the lower heavens a little more before leaving. That was my original plan, but I have more important priorities now. He then turned to look at Song Linger and continued, I missed the performance, right? Don't worry about it. Do you still want me to do it? Yuan asked. Of course I will gather the disciples again. We will be ready for your performance tomorrow, Song Linger eagerly nodded. Great, Yuan said. Chapter 628, 4th Level Spirit Grand Master. After letting Yuan know that she will gather the disciples tomorrow for his performance, Song Linger left the place. We have some time until tomorrow, so why don't you tell me a little about your adventure? Yuan then asked the three ladies in the room. It honestly wasn't that exciting, as we'd spent most of our time wandering and killing magical beasts so that Lan Yingying could consume them. Feng Yuxiang said, That's fine. Even if it's boring, I want to hear all of it, Yuan said with a calm smile on his face. Lan Yingying nodded, and she proceeded to recall their adventure with Yuan, which took up the rest of the day. I'm glad that nobody was hurt, Yuan said to them after hearing their story, as they'd encountered a few dangerous-sounding situations. Of course, even though it sounded like they were in danger, the truth was anything but that, as they were all peak experts of this world, and with a spirit king like Xiao Hua with them, it was impossible to get hurt even if they want to get hurt. What about you, young master, that is, if you don't mind sharing? Feng Yushang asked him out of curiosity. Well, I had to fight a demon and was nearly killed, Yuan said, with a bittersweet smile on his face. What? Feng Yuxiang exclaimed in a shocked voice. Demon? A real demon? Even Lan Yingying was startled by the news. Yes, a real demon? But how is that possible? I thought they only existed in the mystic realm. Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a low voice. It was a sealed demon that had broken out of its seal after being sealed for many years, he sighed. Is this demon the reason why you're sad, Brother Yuan? Xiao Hua suddenly asked him. Even though he appears to be fine, Xiao Hua could tell that he was experiencing sorrow from his aura after staying with him for so long. Yes, this demon killed a precious friend of mine because I was too weak to defeat it. Too weak? Lan Yingying was in disbelief. She had personally witnessed him fighting and defeating the demon lord that is at the spirit lord realm. If even he cannot defeat this demon, it must have been at least Spirit King. Unbeknownst to Lan Yingying, the demon was only a peak spirit master. However, due to Yuan's situation and lower cultivation base, it was not something he could defeat at that moment. If it weren't for the divine paragon, Yuan would have definitely died on that day. I'm sorry you had to go through that, young master, Feng Yuxiang said to him. Why are you apologizing? Yuan smiled, and he continued, I can only blame myself for being too weak, and I made a promise to myself that I will never make the same mistake again. If you need any help, just let us know, young master. I have plenty of treasures that can assist your cultivation. Then I would like to temper my body whenever I am free. Just make sure you don't put that weird stuff inside this time, Yuan said, as he could still recall what happened last time very clearly. I understand. Feng Yuxiang nodded with a bashful smile. Sometime later, Yuan logged off the game to eat dinner with the others. I have managed to reunite with Feng Feng and the others, Yuan told Mishu during dinner. How are they doing? They're doing great. Who's Feng Feng? Chu Liusheng asked them afterward. They are our companions in Cultivation Online. We travel together as a group, Yuan explained. I see, speaking of Cultivation Online, do you want to play with us? Yuan asked Chu Liuxiang. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of that game. Although I admire their amazing world, it's too much work. I don't want to cultivate again from scratch, especially since I am already a spirit master in real life. Chu Liuxiang shrugged. However, if you want me to play with you, I won't refuse. Well, I am planning on challenging the stairway to heaven very soon so that I can ascend to the next world. I can take a few people with me, but once I leave the lower heavens it will be very hard for me to return. Chu Liusheng pondered for a moment before nodding her head. Okay, I will come with you. What about you, Meixiu? You're also coming, right? Yes, she quickly nodded. There was no way that she'd accept getting left behind while Chu Li Shuang follows him to the upper heavens. After dinner, instead of going to sleep or cultivating like usual, Yuan returned to Cultivation Online. Feng, I'd like to start tempering my body now, if you don't mind. Yuan said, Of course, I have already prepared all the necessary treasures for you. Great. Yuan then entered the bathroom with Feng Yuxiang. After filling the large bathtub with hot water, Feng Yuxiang tossed a few treasures into the water, and it appeared to be less than what she used last time. Although there is less medicine this time, the effects are actually a little stronger than previously, so you'll experience a little more pain. That's perfectly fine. Yuan nodded. I will be waiting for you outside, young master. Feng Yuxiang then took a moment to make sure everything was done properly before leaving the bathroom to Yuan. Once he was alone, Yuan removed his clothes and entered the bathtub. He began absorbing the medicine shortly after. Ah, this pain is 100 times worse than the medicine bath I got at the Jaded Garden, Yuan exclaimed, feeling intense pain all over his body. While the pain wasn't that much higher than his last tempering in Cultivation Online because it has been a while since he did it, he was no longer adapted to the pain. After spending a few gruesome hours absorbing the medicine and enduring the pain that came from it, Yuan managed to break through to the 4th level Spirit Grandmaster. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. You have reached 4th level Spirit Grandmaster 28,000 Stacks Chapter 629 performing for the Heavenly Melody Academy. Yuan emerged from the bathtub after absorbing all of the medicine, which helped him break through to the next level of Spirit Grandmaster. Congratulations on your breakthrough, young master. Feng Yuxiang said to him when she noticed him coming out of the bathroom, It's all thanks to your treasures. Yuan smiled, and he continued, I don't really know how to repay you. You don't have to repay me, young master. I am your servant. Thus everything that belongs to me also belongs to you. I am not that shameless to accept free things without returning a favor. Furthermore, it's all precious treasures that would definitely cost a fortune if you were to sell them. I cannot accept that much for free. However, the only thing I can really give you right now is my blood. Yuan sighed, speaking of my blood. I haven't given you any of my blood for some time now. Do you want to drink some right now? Yuan then asked her after realizing this. Feng Yuxiang shook her head with a bittersweet smile. Is there something wrong? You are normally very excited for my blood, Yuan asked her. There's nothing wrong, young master. It's just that I'm afraid that you might cure my curse too quickly, forcing me to return to the upper heavens. She finally decided to reveal her reason for her hesitation. Isn't that what you wanted, to cure the curse as soon as possible? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a confused manner. Indeed, that's what I wanted at first, but after spending some time with you, I realized that I wanted to stay by your side for a little longer. If I consume your blood and the curse breaks, my cultivation will no longer be suppressed, so I will have to return to the upper heavens, and I don't want that to happen. Yuan remained silent for a moment before speaking. If that's your choice, I will support it. Of course, if you ever change your mind or want to drink my blood, just let me know. I will, thank you, young master. Feng Yuxiang nodded with a gentle smile. Anyways, I will be back later, Yuan said before logging off for breakfast. During breakfast, Yuan asked Michu and Chu Liuxiang, What do you two usually do now? I spend most of my time cultivating, Michu said. I spend all of my time staring at your face. Chu Liuxiang responded with a calm face. Although he wanted to say something about Chu Liuxiang's response, he didn't know what to say, as he was baffled speechless by her response. Chu Liuxiang chuckled at his reaction and said, I am joking, Brother Yuan. I only spend a few hours staring at your face. As for the other hours, I either cultivate or surf the internet for a headquarter for our faction. A few hours still sounds like a lot. Yuan shook his head. After breakfast, Yuan returned to his room and entered Cultivation Online. Songlinger showed up to his living quarters shortly after, and Yuan was there with her. Yuan, I'm so glad that you're okay. Yuan could finally feel relief after seeing his face. Even though Songlinger had told her about Yuan's return yesterday, she still felt anxious for some reason. However, that feeling completely disappeared the moment she saw Yuan's face. "I'm sorry for making you worried," Yuan said to her. "No, I should be apologizing to you if I didn't bring you there." "It's fine. It was a unique experience, so I don't mind it." He then turned to look at Songlinger and asked her, "I forgot to ask you this yesterday, but what's going to happen to the Zither Goddess Immortal Cave?" "I have sealed it back up since there's nothing besides the teleport formation inside, and I don't want another person to fall victim and accidentally teleport to the fifth heaven. Although you were lucky enough to return with the dragon marble, I doubt the others will be as lucky." "I understand, thank you," Yuan said to her. "Anyways, are you ready for the performance?" "The disciples will be gathered 2 hours from now," Songlinger asked him. 2 hours, huh? I will use this time to warm up." Thus, Yuan proceeded to spend the next 2 hours playing random songs on the zither to warm his fingers up, even though it was unnecessary for someone at his level to do such a thing. Once it was time for the performance, Yuan followed Songlinger outside the sect until they arrived at this spacious area that was a couple of miles behind the Heavenly Melody Academy. "Wow, there's a lot of people here," Lan Yingying mumbled to herself as they flew over tens of thousands of disciples from the Heavenly Melody Academy. The disciples on the ground also noticed them. "Look, it's the sect master. Who are those following behind her?" "I have never seen so many spirit grandmasters together at once until today. I wonder what this gathering is about." A few moments later, Songlinger brought Yuan to this tall platform in the center of the sea of disciples. She then turned to look at the disciples before announcing in a loud and clear voice, "I have gathered all of you here today to witness a zither performance performed by Taoist Yuan, who is a musical genius." "What? The sect master gathered us for a mere zither performance." "The sect master wouldn't gather us for something ordinary." "Hey, I recognize that man standing behind her. That's the person who played God Descends from Heaven flawlessly at the Music Pagoda. What? He's that rumored mysterious genius that everyone has been talking about lately. Does this mean he'll be performing for us? Hell yeah. I have been dreaming of this moment since I witnessed his performance at the Music Pagoda." The atmosphere there quickly became rowdy. "Whenever you're ready, Yuan," Songlinger said to him. "What song should I play?" he asked. "It doesn't matter. After all, whatever you play will turn out to be flawless," she smiled. Chapter 630, 7 Songs. Yuan took a moment to ponder what songs he wanted to play. "Senior song? I can play multiple songs, right?" "Of course. You can play as many songs as you'd like," she immediately responded. Yuan nodded and took a seat on the platform before retrieving his soul ensnaring zither. A couple of disciples there recognized the soul ensnaring zither as they'd tried to play it before. "Is that the real soul ensnaring zither, the one that used to be owned by the Zither Goddess? It's probably just a replica, right?" "No, I heard that someone had managed to obtain it after successfully playing it." As the disciples murmured to each other, Yuan pulled on the string of the zither and began his first of many songs that would be played on that day. When the disciples heard the music note, they immediately closed their mouths and focused on Yuan, who was calmly sitting on the platform. The first song that Yuan decided to play was something Fei Yuyan had taught him. The second song was something from his own world. The third and fourth song was something he learned from the 9th floor of the Music Pagoda. The fifth and sixth song was also from the Music Pagoda, and it was on the 10th floor. And lastly, Yuan decided to play God Descends from Heaven for his 7th and final song. Yuan's performance, that was played with barely any breaks in between, left the disciples there, breathless. If he didn't take a few moments between each song, the audience would have collapsed from forgetting how to breathe. Furthermore, if one looked at the crowd closely, one would notice many disciples sitting down in the lotus position, appearing to be cultivating as they had received slight enlightenment from Yuan's performance. "Is this good enough?" Yuan asked Songlinger after playing his last song, snapping her out of her daze. Yes, that was more than good enough," she said. "That's great." Yuan stood up and stored the soul ensnaring zither back into his storage ring. "Are you leaving now?" Songlinger asked him. Yes, he nodded. As much as he wanted to look around the Heavenly Melody Academy a little longer, He didn't want to delay his ascension to the next heaven any longer. "If you ever get the chance to visit again, our doors will always be open for you," Songlinger said to him. "Thank you. I will definitely visit if I ever return to the lower heavens." "Where to now, young master?" Feng Yuxiang asked him. "Let's give the Dragon Essence Temple a visit before we leave. Not to mention I have someone to pick up from that place," Yuan said after saying their goodbyes to Songlinger. Yuan and the others began making their way to the Dragon Essence Temple. Sect Master? Who was that young man?" The sect elders swarmed Songlinger after Yuan left the scene. "A friend I made not long ago," she said with a profound smile on her face. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Essence Temple, Sect Master Long Yijun sat before the high-ranking sect elders with a solemn expression on his face. "Have we gotten any new information regarding the Spirit Grandmaster that suddenly appeared in our sect before flying away?" he asked the sect elders. After Yuan returned to the sect using the dragon marble, the disciples that witnessed the scene had reported it to them, hence the current situation. They said it was a young man wearing black and golden robes. "I can only think of one person with that description," Elder Xuan said. "You think it's Yuan? But why would he suddenly show up in the sect and leave without saying anything?" Elder Shan said, "That's what I am trying to figure out as well. However, besides him, I cannot think of another young spirit Grand Master." Elder Xuan shrugged. "I just hope his appearance isn't something ominous. We've been targeted a lot recently because of what happened at the Mystic Realm." Long Yijun sighed. It was at this moment Elder Xuan noticed his communication jade slip trembling. Upon answering it, Elder Xuan could hear Yuan's voice resound inside his head. "Senior Xuan, I'm heading to the Dragon Essence Temple right now." "Yuan? Did something happen?" Elder Xuan asked him in a slightly dazed voice. "Did you just say Yuan?" Everybody there turned to look at Elder Xuan with wide eyes. "Yes, and he said that he's currently on his way here." "Really? Did he say why?" Long Yijun asked. "No, but I will ask him right now." "Is there a specific reason why you're returning now?" Elder Xuan asked Yuan. "Not really. I will be challenging the Stairway to Heaven soon, and I wanted to visit the Dragon Essence Temple one last time and personally say goodbye." "The Stairway to Heaven," Elder Xuan exclaimed in a shocked voice. "After all, it hasn't been long since Yuan left their sect, a few months at most." "Anyways, I am almost there, so I will talk to you again when I am there," Yuan said before hanging up. Elder Xuan then told the others what Yuan had said to him. "What? He's climbing the Stairway to Heaven already?" Elder Shan mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. "He's truly in a league of his own," Long Yijun said. "He's a Spirit Grand Master, right? That's when people usually challenge the Stairway to Heaven, so I guess it's not that surprising. Cancel all of my plans and appointment today." "I have an important guest that requires company," Long Yijun said a moment later. Sometime later, Yuan and the others arrived at the Dragon Essence Temple. "I miss this place," Yuan mumbled to himself as he gazed upon the entire sect from the sky. Once he had enough of the view, Yuan proceeded to make his way towards the sect master's headquarters. "Welcome back, Yuan." Long Yijun and the other sect elders greeted him with broad smiles on their faces. Chapter 631, Fei Yuyan's Decision. "Hello, everyone. It's been a while." Yuan greeted Long Yijun and the other sect elders. "It's only been a few months." "This amount of time is nothing in the cultivation world," Elder Xuan said with a smile on his face. "Madam Feng, seniors, welcome to the Dragon Essence Temple." Long Yijun then greeted Feng Yuxiang and the others. "I heard you're going to challenge the Stairway to Heaven soon, is that right? You grow up so quickly?" Elder Shan approached him until she was standing directly behind him. She then wrapped her arms around him and embraced him in a playful manner. "I swear it wasn't long ago that you were a spirit warrior. Your talents are screwing with my sense of time," she sighed. Although the others would normally call out her shamelessness, the sect elders remained silent this time, once she had enough. Elder Shan released Yuan and asked him, "Are you going to challenge the Stairway to Heaven right after leaving this place?" "I still have one place to visit after this, but once that is done, I will challenge the Stairway," he said. "How long do you plan on staying here?" Elder Yuan asked him. "I probably won't stay too long, since I only have to pick up someone before I am ready to leave. Who are you picking up?" Long Yijun raised his brows. "Min Li," he calmly said. Min Li from the Min family? Why are you picking her up?" Long Yijun continued to ask. "I am going to bring her with me to the stairway to heaven," he responded. "What? She's also going to challenge the stairway to heaven?" The people there were surprised to learn this information, but she's only a spirit warrior. There's no way she'll succeed. Yuan waved his hand and said, "That's not it. I will be helping her climb the stairway, so she doesn't actually have to climb it herself." Everyone there stared at him with wide eyes. Long Yijun then spoke with a frown on his face. "Yuan, you are aware that by helping her, it will make your climb much more difficult, right?" "Yes, I am well aware of it." "And you're still willing to help her?" "You're really too kind, Yuan," Elder Yuan said with a warm smile on his face. But wait a moment. Min Li from the Min family had to return to her family's headquarters for some reason, so she's not in the sect at this moment." Elder Bai suddenly said, "What? When did this happen?" Long Yijun asked, as he was not aware of this information. "Last week. I saw it in the reports, but I didn't think it was worth mentioning to you, so I didn't say anything after all. People from the legacy families are always going back and forth, so this isn't anything unusual." "Min Li is not at the sect? Do you know when she will return?" Yuan then asked. "Unfortunately, she didn't leave behind any additional notes, so we don't know when she'll return." How far away is the Min family? I think it would be quicker if I go there instead." "The Min family isn't that far away. In fact, you can get to that place in just a few hours if you use teleport formations," Elder Yuan said. "Sounds good. I will visit her after I say goodbye to a few disciples." Yuan nodded. "By disciples, do you mean my disciple, Fei Yuyan?" Elder Shan asked. "Yes, I hope she's not busy. She's usually training at this time, but I'm sure that she wouldn't mind your presence for a bit. I will take you to her right now if you want." "Sure." After talking with the others for a bit longer, Yuan followed Elder Shan to the Blossom Peak, where Fei Yuyan was training with the other disciples. "Yuyan, you have a visitor." A visitor. Fei Yuyan turned around after hearing Elder Shan's voice. Yuan, is that really you?" Fei Yuyan doubted her eyes for a moment when she saw him. "Yes, it's me. I have come to visit you and to say goodbye," Yuan said as he approached her. "Goodbye?" Fei Yuyan frowned slightly. "I will be challenging the stairway to heaven soon. If I succeed, I will no longer be in the lower heavens," he said. "Oh, right. You did say that before you left the sect. Well, good luck, though I'm sure you'll succeed with ease." Although she wanted to say more to him, she wasn't sure what else to say to him, as his sudden appearance had baffled her speechless. "Disciple Fei, do you remember what we talked about before I left?" Yuan suddenly asked her. "What we talked about?" Fei Yuyan began pondering. "Are you going to ask me if I want to follow you to the upper heavens?" Fei Yuyan said after a long moment of silence. "That's right. If you want to go to the upper heavens, I can help you. Have you thought about it after I left?" Yuan nodded. "Of course I have thought about it," Fei Yuyan nodded. "Then can you tell me your decision?" Fei Yuyan looked at Yuan straight in the eyes for a few seconds before speaking. "Unlike Disciple Min, I do not have any big ambitions. I am satisfied with what I have right now, and even if I receive your help to reach the upper heavens, I won't truly feel like I belong there." She paused for a moment to take a deep breath before continuing. "Therefore, I will have to decline your offer." "I understand." Yuan nodded. "Wait." Fei Yuyan suddenly began blushing, and she spoke a moment later. "It's not that I don't want to follow you. In fact, I want to follow you to the upper heavens and spend more time with you, but I don't want to be a burden." "Burden? You are not. Don't." Fei Yuyan suddenly interrupted. "Don't tell me that I am not a burden. It will only make me feel worse. Please." Seeing the painful smile on Fei Yuyan's face, Yuan decided to not continue his sentence and merely nodded in silence. Chapter 632. Going to the Min family. Hey, Yuan, before you leave, can we play the zither again for a bit? Fei Yuan suddenly asked him after a moment of awkward silence. Of course, he immediately agreed. Let's do it at my backyard like we used to. Okay. Fei Yuan turned to look at Elder Shan and said, I'm sorry, Master, but I will end my training early today. Do as you please. Elder Shan nodded. Yuan then followed Fei Yuan back to her living quarters. Once they were in the backyard, they sat down beside each other with their zither out. The soul ensnaring zither. What happened to the divine grade zither you obtained at the competition? Fei Yuan asked him. Oh, that thing? I sold it, Yuan casually said. You sold a divine grade treasure? Fei Yuan's eyes widened with disbelief. I didn't need it since I already have the soul ensnaring zither, and I needed the money back then. Yuan shrugged. But the soul ensnaring zither isn't really a treasure. While that is true, it still performs the same, if not a little better than the divine grade zither. In the end, it's not like I will be using it as a weapon, so it really doesn't matter to me. I guess so, anyways. Which song should we play first? Yuan then asked. I am fine with any song. Then why don't we play the songs that we played during our practice session before the zither competition? Yuan suggested. Sure. Fei Yuan nodded. A few moments later, they began playing the zither together, and they would spend the next few hours playing without any breaks. At the end of their duet, Fei Yuan stood up and bowed to him. Thank you for playing with me. There's no need to thank me. We're partners, remember? Yuan said with a smile on his face. Partners, although Fei Yuan knew that Yuan was only talking about their partnership for the zither competition, it still made her incredibly happy to hear such words coming from him. Are you going to leave now? She then asked him. Not yet. I still have to visit Chuan Wuhan before I can leave. I understand once again. Good luck with the stairway to heaven, Yuan. Thank you. After saying their goodbyes to each other, Yuan made his way to Xuan Wuhan's living quarters. Yuan noticed a figure standing outside Xuan Wuhan's living quarter when he approached it, and it turned out to be Xuan Wuhan herself. Xuan Wuhan immediately called out to him when she noticed his figure. Hello, are you waiting for somebody? Yes, you. I heard from my grandfather that you have returned to the sect, and I figured that you might visit me, so I have been waiting for you since then. Xuan Wuhan said with a bright smile on her face. Waiting for me? What if I didn't show up? Yuan chuckled. Then I would have chased you down. After laughing a bit, Xuan Wuhan said, Even though I have known you for less than a year, it feels like we've been friends forever. Good luck with the stairway to heaven, Yuan. With your talents, I'm sure you'll be able to pass it without any issues. And she continued, Hey, Yuan, this may be a bit sudden, but do you want to grab something to eat at the Dragon Pavilion before you leave? Of course, I was actually thinking about returning to that place too. Then let's go. Xuan Wuhan and Yuan proceeded to head to the Dragon Pavilion for a feast. As usual, Yuan ordered the entire menu without hesitation. After they finished eating, Yuan said his goodbyes to Xuan Wuhan. Yuan? I will definitely try to ascend the stairway to heaven in the future with my own strength. Although I already know that it's not likely to happen, I will still try to catch up with you. Good luck to you. I really hope to see you again. Yuan nodded, of course. After talking for a little longer, Yuan returned to Long Yijun and the other sect elders to say his final goodbyes with them. Goodbye, everyone. I will never forget my experience as a disciple in the sect. Yuan bowed to them. And we'll never forget having a disciple like you, Yuan. Long Yijun and the others returned his bow. Yuan left the Dragon Essence Temple shortly after. Where to now, young master? The Min family to pick up Min Li, he calmly replied. Then he realized that he didn't have their location. I should have asked them about the Min family's location before I left. Yuan sighed. Min family, right? I know where they are located. In fact, they used to be frequent customers of mine, Feng Yuxiang suddenly said. That's great. Follow me. Feng Yuxiang then led Yuan and the others to a nearby city to use their teleport formation. A couple of hours later, they arrived in Min City, and just by the name itself, anyone could tell that it was the Min family who governs this land. After entering the city, Feng Yuxiang led Yuan straight to the Min family's headquarters, which was located at the center of the city. That large and red building over there is the Min family young master. Feng Yuxiang pointed to the obvious building in the distance that stuck out like a sore thumb. All right, let's go. Yuan approached the guards standing by the gates, and as expected of one of the 7 legacy families, they don't play around with security, as there were dozens of guards surrounding the place, and they were only the ones working at the gates. What business do you have with the Min family? The guards there asked him when they got close enough, but they appeared to be a little bit flustered for some reason. However, if one looked at the direction of their gazes, that reason would become obvious. Of course they were flustered, after seeing the beauties with Yuan chapter 633, not accepting any visitors. Hello, I am here to see Min Li. I was told by the Dragon Essence Temple that she had returned home not long ago, Yuan said to the guards while they were still dazed by the beauties around him. Ye young lady Min, what business do you have with her? I am here to fulfill a promise I made to her. I'm sorry, but the Min family is not accepting any visitors at this moment, as they are currently preparing for the young lady's marriage. The guard then said, taking Yuan by surprise. What? Marriage? Min Li is getting married. Yes, the Min family suddenly announced her marriage with Gu Tao from the Gu family, their 3rd eldest song. The Gu family. Yuan recalled when someone from the Gu family tried to recruit him to their family when he was still a disciple of the Dragon Essence Temple. And he mentioned that the Gu family was one of the 7 legacy families. As for Min Li marrying this Gu Tao, it was obviously something that her family decided for her. Yuan could still remember Min Li pleading with him to join her family so that they wouldn't do something like this to her. Looks like I had made her wait too long, Yuan sighed inwardly. However, knowing that Min Li was most likely forced into this marriage by her family, Yuan was more inclined to meet with her. Hey, my young master said he wants to meet with Min Li. I don't care if the Min family is accepting visitors or not, he will meet her today. Feng Yuxiang suddenly said with a cold expression on her pretty face. Who do you think you are? If you think you can say whatever you want just because you're a little pretty, then? Before the guard could even finish his sentence, Feng Yuxiang retrieved a medallion from her storage ring and shoved it right in his face. The guard was startled at first, but when he realized what Feng Yuxiang was holding, it turned into shock and fear. The Min family's royal guest medallion! Why do you have something like that? The guard exclaimed in a shocked voice. Does it matter why I have it? The question here is whether you will let my young master meet Min Li or not. The guards gritted their teeth as they were in a predicament. On one hand, the Min family said no guests are allowed, but on the other, the royal guest medallion is the highest honor one could receive from the Min family, and those with the medallion must be treated as though they are part of the family. This rule was set by the founder of the Min family, so it wasn't something they could simply ignore. May I ask for your name, Senior? One of the guards asked her. Feng Yuxiang, she calmly responded. Wait, aren't you Madame Feng from the Golden Phoenix Bazaar? Someone there recognized her name. Yes, I used to work at the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. Feng Yuxiang nodded, not denying her identity. Oh, open the gates for them, the guard then said. Are you sure? The others asked him. Yes, just open it. The guards nodded their heads and opened the gates for them. Please excuse us for the inconvenience just now, Madame Feng. Please follow me. I will bring you to the young lady, the guard said to her. Once Yuan and the others disappeared with the guard, the other guards began mumbling to each other. Who is Madame Feng? You don't know? She used to own the most popular and valuable stores in the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. The Min family also used to be a frequent customer there, so they highly respect her. One of the more senior guards there explained to the others. Meanwhile, inside the Min family's living quarters, Min Li sat inside her room with a tranquil expression on her face as she stared outside her window. I knew I shouldn't have returned. I knew it was a trap, yet I still returned. I am such an idiot. Min Li sighed. It was mostly due to how she was raised to listen to her parents regardless of the situation. Hence why she returned to the family after being summoned by them. After many weeks of silence from her family, they suddenly called her back to the family without giving her any explanations. Min Li knew that this was about her failure to recruit Yuan to their family, as news of Yuan's departure from the sect had spread shortly after he left, so it was clear to the Min family that she had failed to secure him. But to think they'd immediately give me to another family. I didn't think they'd move so fast, be willing to toss me away so easily. They must be really upset about my failure. Min Li sighed again after realizing just how little her family valued her. While it is true that she lacked in talents and achievements when compared to her siblings, she is still a cultivation genius with a rare talent. How can the Min family throw her away this easily? She couldn't understand it. I don't know when Disciple Yuan will come, so I cannot wait for him to rescue me. Therefore, I will have to deal with this situation by myself. If worst comes to worst, I will climb the stairway to heaven by myself. Even if I die in the process, it will be a much better fate than marrying into the Gu family. While Min Li planned her escape from the Min family and her marriage, Yuan and the others approached their living quarters. I'm not sure where the young lady is located, but she should be here. Let me go speak with someone for more information, the guard said to them after they arrived. Thank you. Yuan nodded. Please wait here for a few minutes. The guard then left the place. Once the guard left, he immediately ran to the Min family to notify them of the situation. What? Madame Feng from the Golden Phoenix Bazaar is here? Why? The head of the Min family, Min Yid, asked the guard Chapter 634, the real Madame Feng. Apparently, her young master is here to meet with young lady Min Li. The guard responded to Min Yid's question. Young master? Min Yid suddenly burst out laughing after hearing the guard's words. Are you sure she's the real Madame Feng? First of all, Madame Feng left the Golden Phoenix Bazaar a while ago and hasn't been seen since then. Why would she suddenly show up here for Min Li? And her young master? I know Madame Feng very well. There's no way that she'd lower herself for another individual. She's a fake. A fake, I tell you. Min Yid continued laughing. Then, what about the royal guest medallion? The guard asked. Did anyone verify if it was real or fake? No, it would have been disrespectful to Madame Feng, as verifying the medallion is akin to doubting her credibility. The guard shook his head. Just kick them out. Although he had a bad feeling about Min Yide's orders, the guard didn't dare to disobey him. As you command, please excuse this subordinate. The guard quickly returned to Yuan and the others to notify them of Min Yide's response. I'm sorry, but you'll have to leave this place now. What? Yuan looked at him with wide eyes. Didn't he leave to get information on Min Li's location? How did it end up getting them kicked out? Is this a joke? Feng Yuzhang stared at the guard with a deep frown on her face, looking like she was on the verge of attacking him for making such a joke. I am not joking. The head of the family, Min Yide, has ordered you all to leave this place as soon as possible, the guard repeated. Min Yide, huh? When did this bastard become so daring? Let me speak with him. That won't be possible. I am not asking you. I am telling you. Feng Yushang suddenly released her Spirit Grand Master cultivation base, instantly terrifying the guard, who was a mere spirit warrior. Is Spirit Grand Master, you're the real Madame Feng? The guard fell to his buttocks from shock. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? Of course I am real. The guard immediately got onto his knees and began kowtowing to her. Please forgive this disrespectful junior for mistaking Madame Feng as a fake. And in order to save himself a little face, the guard explained to them that Min Yid was the one who told him that she was fake. Bring me to him, Feng Yuxiang coldly snorted afterward. Right away. The guard no longer dared to delay things and immediately brought Feng Yuxiang and the others to meet Min Yid. Family head, Madame Feng, she's here to see you. The guard knocked on his door and shouted from the outside. I told you to kick out that fake. How dare you come back here with her? Are you begging to get fired? Min Yid's angry voice quickly resounded, Bang! Feng Yuxiang suddenly kicked down the door before walking inside the room with a domineering aura around her. "I dare you to call me a fake again, Min Yide." Feng Yuxiang stared at Min Yide, who was sitting behind his desk with a gawking face. You? Impossible?" "Impossible, your mother? Look at my face and tell me I'm a fake again." Feng Yuxiang then retrieved the royal guest medallion and tossed it at Min Yide. "Look at that medallion and tell me it's fake. I dare you." Min Yide held the medallion with trembling hands. It's real. She's the real Madame Feng." Min Yide felt his heart drop all the way to his stomach when he realized this fact. "You know, with the amount of discount I gave your family, I expected to be treated with some respect at the very least. I have done business with your Min family for thousands of years, giving you billions of gold coins in discounts, yet I'm treated like trash when I visit your family. If your ancestors were here, I wonder what they'll say." Feng Yuxiang sighed out loud. Please forgive me, Madame Feng. I really thought you were a fake." Min Yide quickly got onto his knees without caring for his image as the head of the Min family, and he continued, "I will accept any punishment from you, please. Let me apologize to you properly." "Then tell me where Min Li is located so that my young master can speak with her." Feng Yuxiang said right away, "Please follow me. I will take you to her." Min Yide quickly stood up and began walking towards the door. "Let's go, young master." Feng Yuxiang then said to him. Yuan nodded and followed Min Yide to where they were keeping Min Li. When they arrived, Feng Yuxiang sneered in a cold voice, "A confinement formation? Are you keeping a prisoner inside this room or something?" Actually, Min Li is currently grounded and being disciplined for failing an important mission, and in order to prevent her from running away, we placed her inside." Min Yide made up a random excuse. "Mission? What kind of mission?" Feng Yuxiang asked, acting ignorant about the situation. "Well, it's a very sensitive subject," Min Yide said, trying to tell her that he doesn't want to talk about it in the vaguest way possible. "Whatever." Feng Yuxiang shrugged, as she was already aware of the situation. Min Yide knocked on the door a moment later and said, "Min Li, you have a visitor." Min Li, who has been staring outside the window with a dazed face, turned to look at the door after hearing her father's voice. "Visitor? The Gu family?" Min Li's initial thought was that the Gu family had come to visit her. After all, who else could possibly visit her during such a time? The door opened a moment later without Min Li doing anything, and Yuan calmly entered the room the next second. Disciple Yuan? Is that really you?" Min Li's eyes widened with shock the instant she saw his handsome face, and she immediately wondered if she had accidentally dozed off into dreamland, hence the current situation that shouldn't be possible. Chapter 635, Leaving the Min Family. "Ha! I must be dreaming. There's no way he'd be here." Min Li released a low laugh before shaking her head and returning to staring outside the window. "Who's dreaming?" Yuan asked her. After a moment of silence, Min Li turned to look at him again, her eyes wider than before. Are you real? Am I not asleep? Are you really Disciple Yuan?" Min Li asked for confirmation. "Why are you still calling me Disciple Yuan? I am no longer a disciple of the Dragon Essence Temple. Just call me Yuan, Disciple Min," Yuan said with a gentle smile on his face. And he continued, "Also, I am here to fulfill my promise." Min Li's body visibly trembled when she heard his words. Meanwhile, Min Yide stared at Yuan from the side with a look of disbelief on his face. Yuan? He can't be. Impossible." Min Yide refused to believe that he was the same Yuan who dominated the mystic realm, the same Yuan that they have been desperately trying to recruit. "Why is he here? I thought Min Li failed to recruit him." Min Yide cried inwardly, Yuan!" Min Li jumped out of her seat and pounced at him with her arms wide open, embracing him tightly when she was close enough. "You really returned for me. I thought you wouldn't make it. I made a promise to you after all." Min Yide watched as his youngest child embraced the current #1 genius in the lower heavens with intimacy, his eyes and mouth as wide as saucers. What is going on here?" Min Yide mumbled in a low voice after snapping out of his daze. Yuan turned to look at him and spoke in a calm voice. I promised Min Li that I'd climb the stairway to heaven for her, so she might not be able to attend the marriage. Do you have any problems with it? I never even agreed to this marriage in the first place. They tricked me into returning home and locked me in this room for the past week, all because I failed to recruit you into the family. Min Li coldly snorted. I kind of figured that was the case. Yuan sighed. He then turned to look at Min Yid and said, forcing your children to do something so ridiculous, and then punishing her with even more ridiculousness. If this is how the Min family operates, I do not wish to join it. Min Yid subconsciously opened his mouth to make some kind of excuse, but he ultimately decided to remain silent as he was certain that they'd lost all hope in recruiting Yuan to their family. If only we treated Min Li better. If only we waited just a little longer. Min Yide sighed inwardly. He then said, What about the Gu family? They have long been spreading news of your marriage with Gu Tao. If you don't show up for the wedding, it will not only ruin our reputation, but will also be a laughingstock for years to come. Hell, the Gu family, our closest ally, will most likely cut all connection with us afterward. Feng Yuxiang suddenly sneered and said, That is not our problem to solve, but your Min family's problem, as you were the ones that dug this hole. Once again, Min Yide opened his mouth only to close it a few seconds later, without actually uttering a single word. However, before he could even ponder about the situation, a guard suddenly showed up and announced, Family head, the Gu family is here to visit. Gu Tao is also with them. Aya. Why do they have to show up now, of all times? They didn't even notify us before visiting. Min Yide sighed out loud. Although Min Yide found the Gu family's presence to be nothing but an annoyance, Yuan actually thought this was a good chance for them to break off the marriage. Why don't we use this chance to call off the marriage? Yuan decided to share his idea. What? We can't, Min Yide subconsciously responded without thinking. The marriage won't happen regardless if you tell them today or a week from now, so you might as well get it out of the way now before they continue spreading news of a marriage that won't happen. Feng Yuxiang said. Min Yide gritted his teeth. He turned to look at Min Li and spoke in a solemn voice. Are you sure you want to do this? If you call off this engagement, you'll no longer be part of the Min family. Yes, I am sure, Min Li answered without hesitation. Min Yide closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. Get out of my face. You're officially disowned from the Min family, Min Li. After saying that, Min Yide left the scene with the guard to meet with the unsuspecting Gu family. Once Min Yide left, Min Li fell onto her knees as her legs suddenly lost all of their strength. This was her first time standing up to her own family. Yuan wiped the tears that were forming on the edge of her eyes and said, Let's go to the stairway to heaven, shall we? Min Li nodded, trying her best to resist from crying. While Yuan and Min Li began making their way out of the Min family, Min Yide met up with the Gu family in the living room. Is that a face you should be greeting your guests with, Min Yide? You look like you just swallowed a bug. Ha ha ha. The family head of the Gu family laughed out loud when he saw Min Yide's face, completely oblivious of the situation. Senior Min? Where's Min Li? I'd like to meet her. The handsome young man standing behind the family head asked. He was clearly Gu Tao, Min Li's fiancé. Min Yide took a deep breath before responding in a solemn voice. Min Li is not here. She has abandoned the Min family. What? The Gu family stared at him with baffled expressions, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation at first, and the place turned dead, silent, very quickly. Chapter 636, Golden Dragon Realm. Let me repeat myself just in case you missed it. Min Yide cleared his throat and continued. Min Li has left the Min family, so she is no longer part of our family. I'm sorry, but we will have to cancel the wedding between Min Li and Gu Tao, he said, speaking in a clearer tone this time. Once they snapped out of their daze, Gu Tao screamed loudly. Bullshit! I'm not going to cancel the wedding. Where did she go? I will bring her back myself if I have to. My son is right, Min Yide. We have already expended too many resources on this wedding, and news of the wedding has already spread everywhere. If we cancel it now, both of our families be laughingstocks for the rest of the century. Do you really want that to happen? Minyai merely sighed at their words and said, I understand your feelings and anger, but there is truly nothing I can do in this situation. As for bringing her back, that's also not possible. Nonsense. Tell me where she is, and I will bring her back, even if it's by force. Gutao shouted. Minyai glared at Gutao for a moment before responding in a low voice. Stairway to Heaven. If you really want to bring her back, you can find her at the Stairway to Heaven. However, don't say I didn't warn you. You really don't want to offend them. Them? Who are you talking about, and why on earth would she be going to the Stairway to Heaven? She's only a spirit warrior. The head of the Gu family frowned. However, Minyai turned around and began walking away. I wish you the best of luck. Once again, I apologize for this inconvenience. This isn't over yet, Minyai. The Gu family left the place shortly after, and they were still fuming in anger after they left. Are we going to go to the Stairway to Heaven now? Guto asked his father. Obviously, we cannot let this marriage end in such a ridiculous manner. We are bringing her back, even if we have to drag her back. Thus, the Gu family began making their way to the Stairway to Heaven instead of going home, still unaware of the full situation. Meanwhile, after leaving the Min family, Min Li asked Yuan, Are we heading straight to the Stairway to Heaven right now? Actually, there's still one more place I want to visit before leaving the lower heavens, he said. The Pang City? Why that place? If I remember correctly, that is just a small city with no significance, Min Li said. Hearing her question, Yuan retrieved the Starry Abyss and said, This Starry Abyss was given to me by them, and it has been very useful to me, so I want to thank them before leaving. Also, I promise to eat with them again. I? Is that so? Thus, the Yuan and the others began making their way towards Pang City. On their way there, Yuan received a couple of sudden notifications. Ding. Ex-Yuan Wuhan has been added to your bond. Ex-Yuan Wuhan's bond level has increased to acquaintance. Zhuan Wuhan's bond level has increased to intimate. Xuan Wuhan's bond level has increased to intimate. Congratulations. Your bond level with Zhuan Wuhan has reached intimate. You have gained the following effect from Xuan Wuhan's bond level, Xuan Wuhan's adoration. Xuan Wuhan's adoration increases your overall damage by 30%. Fei Yuyan has been added to your bond. Fei Yuyan's bond level has increased to acquaintance. Fei Yuyan's bond level has increased to intimate. Congratulations. Your bond level with Fei Yuyan has reached intimate. You have gained the following effect from Fei Yuyan's bond level. Fei Yuyan's adoration. Fei Yuyan's adoration increases your charm by 20 and zither mastery by 50%. Dragon Essence Temple has been added to your associations. Because of your accomplishments, the Dragon Essence Temple has managed to return to its former glory. Your relationship with Dragon Essence Temple has increased tremendously. Due to your accomplishments in the Dragon Essence Temple, your fame has increased by 200. Your relationship with Dragon Essence Temple has reached the maximum level. Due to your relationship with the Dragon Essence Temple, you have gained access to the Golden Dragon Realm. Golden Dragon Realm? What kind of place is that, and how do I access it? Yuan pondered to himself as they moved closer and closer to the Pang City. A few hours later, they arrived at Pang City. I wonder if anything has changed since I left. Yuan wondered to himself as they approached the guards at the city entrance. The guards quickly noticed Yuan because of his exquisite golden dragon robe and the beauties by his side. What a lucky bastard, surrounded by beauties on all sides, right? Wait, that's... It took a couple of moments, but the guards recognized Yuan. It's the hero. Our Pang City's hero is back. The guards began celebrating for some reason. Yuan raised his eyebrows when he saw the guards that had been guarding the gates suddenly leave their post to run in their direction. Hero, welcome back to Pang City, hero! The guards began waving and shouting at him once they were in range. What the... Yuan was baffled by their weird behavior. Once they were in front of Yuan, the guards suddenly kneeled on the ground, which baffled him even further. What are you guys doing? Yuan asked them. Hero, please. The Pang City requires your help again. Please save us, hero, the guards cried out loud in a pleading manner. What? Although Yuan was still confused about the situation, he could feel an ominous aura in the air. "What happened?" he asked them with a deep frown on his face. "It would be for the best if the Luo family explains it to you. Please follow me." Yuan nodded. "Take me to the Luo family immediately." Chapter 637. The hero has returned. Lord Luo. The hero has returned. I repeat, the hero has returned. A guard came rushing into Lord Luo's room without knocking. "Hero? What nonsense are you talking about? We are having an important discussion right now." Scram. Lord Luo got angry when his important meeting was interrupted, not to mention the grave situation that has been stressing him lately. "Sorry for interrupting your meeting, but I heard you need some help, so I came." Yuan entered the room a few moments later. However, because of how drastically different his appearance was compared to his last visit, especially his longer hair, Lord Luo didn't recognize Yuan at first. You are." Once Lord Luo got a good look at Yuan's handsome face, his body immediately began shivering from sheer excitement, and he even began crying. "Taoist Yuan? Is that really you, Taoist Yuan?" Lord Luo couldn't control his emotions and spoke as though he was before his savior. "You have changed, grown so much in just a few months. I almost didn't recognize you." "It's really me," Yuan confirmed with a gentle nod. Then he continued, "Can you tell me what's troubling you in the city, if there's anything I can do to help?" "Please take a seat first." Lord Luo suddenly stopped talking when he finally noticed the four beauties standing behind Yuan. He turned to look at the table only to realize that there was not enough room for everyone. However, he promptly made a decision and said to the people sitting down, "Stand up and let these esteemed guests sit." "It's okay, we can stand." Yuan shook his head. The people that had already begun leaving their seats froze, and they turned to look at Lord Luo. "If you say so, Taoist Yuan?" Lord Luo nodded before telling the others to get back in their seats. After sitting down and taking a deep breath, Lord Luo spoke. "Taoist Yuan, have you heard of the Blood Sect?" The Blood Sect. Yuan found this name very familiar for some reason, but he couldn't instantly recall where he'd heard it. "Young master, the Blood Sect is one of the top evil sects in this world. Their disciples practice dangerous and forbidden cultivation techniques that people don't practice for obvious reasons, which more often than not causes their disciples to go crazy or become bloodthirsty, and when that happens, they cause havoc in the cultivation world." Feng Yuxiang gave him a brief explanation. "Ah, I remember now, the sect master of the Flying Sword. Sect mistook me as a disciple from that place." Yuan finally recalled what occurred really early on in his journey in this world. "What about the Blood Sect? Are they causing trouble in this city?" Yuan then asked. "No, they're not, at least not yet." Lord Luo sighed. "Not yet? What do you mean by that? Are you expecting trouble?" Lord Luo nodded and said, "Ever since the Blood Sect's most talented disciple, who was also their sect master's only son, disappeared mysteriously. They have been doing all sorts of crazy things, such as attacking people randomly, and after many months of investigation, they announced his son dead. I heard the Blood Sect's sect master had grieved over his son's death so much that he went insane." Yuan raised his eyebrow when he heard this information, and he proceeded to ask, "What's the name of this person who suddenly went missing?" "Meng Li, also known as Devil Meng Li," Lord Luo replied. Yuan subconsciously turned to look at Xiao Hua, who was calmly standing beside him. He recalled this name very clearly, as he'd learned the bloody sword strike from this person after watching him fight another expert. However, these two experts had perished under the hands of Xiao Hua. In other words, Xiao Hua holds some responsibility for this mess. Knowing this information, Yuan felt a little obligated to deal with the situation. The Blood Sect had been attacking cities and even sects at random for the past month. Many people have suffered, died because of them. Their most recent victim was the Flying Sword Sect, who they completely destroyed, and judging by their movement patterns, they will most likely attack this city soon." "Wait a second. Did you just say the Flying Sword Sect?" Yuan's eyes widened with shock and disbelief after hearing their name. This was the first sect that he'd visited in this world, and his friend, Mo Zhou, was a disciple there. "What happened to the Flying Sword sect?" Yuan asked with a deep frown on his face. "They are gone, completely vanquished. It was a brutal slaughter. Over half of their disciples were killed, and even their sect master died trying to defend his sect. However, what can a single spirit master do against the blood sect that has multiple spirit masters?" Yuan gritted his teeth and tightened his hands into a fist after learning the situation. "I lost another friend? Brother Yuan, are you okay?" Xiaohua asked him when she noticed killing intent coming from his aura. "Why?" Yuan suddenly mumbled. "Why must they kill innocent people? They are humans too, right? They aren't demons, so why are they doing this? Or maybe they are demons disguised as humans." Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Feng, where can I find the blood sect?" he suddenly asked her. "Unfortunately, you won't be able to find them, young master." "Why not?" "Because the blood sect is not a traditional sect where they have a set location for their sect. They operate and recruit without any headquarters. In other words, we cannot find something that doesn't exist." "Then how do they communicate with each other?" "They mostly operate with letters and by mouth. This is how they still exist despite having almost the entire world as their enemies. In fact, that's how most evil sects operate in order to stay alive. So there is nothing we can do in this situation besides watch them kill innocent people?" Yuan clenched his jaws even tighter. Chapter 638, Visiting the Flying Sword Sect. "Unfortunately, there really isn't much you can do against the blood sect. Even if you kill their sect master, another one will eventually rise to that spot. You can maybe try killing all of the higher-ups in the blood sect, but that is easier said than done. There's a reason they have existed for thousands of years despite countless experts trying to wipe them out." Feng Yuxiang said to him. Yuan pondered about Feng Yuxiang's words. If he cannot do anything against the blood sect, what should he do about Pang City's situation? It was not as though he could give up and abandon them. After thinking for a moment, Yuan turned to look at Lord Luo and said, "Do you mind if I stay here for a few days? I will try to come up with a solution, and just in case they attack. Of course, you can stay here for as long as you want." Lord Luo immediately said. Suddenly, one of the people there said, "I'm sorry, but what can you do against the blood sect?" "The blood sect has multiple spirit masters, and their sect master is also a spirit grand master. Not even an entire sect can stop them, much less a couple of young people. I say we evacuate the city and seek protection from one of the bigger sects, such as the Heaven and Earth Palace or the Grand Sword Mountain." Everyone there turned to look at Yuan for a response. Even Lord Luo, who had immense faith in him, cannot imagine a spirit warrior defending against the blood sect. Of course, he was not aware that Yuan had become a spirit grandmaster during the few months he was gone. "It's just a few spirit masters. My young master can handle even a spirit lord, much less a spirit grandmaster." Feng Yuxiang suddenly sneered. "What? A spirit lord, Yuan, then released his spirit grandmaster aura and said, 'I alone can defend the city from the blood sect S spirit grandmaster?' How is that possible? You were only a spirit warrior before you left a few months ago?" Lord Luo exclaimed. "What? A spirit warrior?" The others were also shocked. "Don't even bother thinking about it." "My young master's talents are incomprehensible," Feng Yuxiang said to them. Yuan continued, "I am not the only spirit grandmaster. These two are also spirit grandmasters." He pointed to Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying. 3 spirit grandmasters. Lord Luo immediately got onto his knees and said, "This junior apologizes for not greeting these seniors earlier." The others also followed suit and bowed to them. In their eyes, spirit grandmasters were akin to gods, immortal cultivators that live in a different world. Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, "What are you guys doing? Hurry up and stand up. We're already far past the greeting stage. Anyways, as long as we're here, I promise you that the blood sect won't cause any trouble." "Thank you, Taoist Yuan," Lord Luo said. Some time later, Yuan said, "I'm going to the Flying Sword sect. Feng, Yingying, can you two stay in the city just in case the blood sect attacks?" "I won't be gone for long." Why are you going there, young master? Feng Yusheng couldn't help but ask. I'm going there to pray for them, he calmly said. Don't worry, we'll keep the place safe. Lan Yingying said. Thank you. He turned to look at Min Li and continued, Sorry, but we'll have to delay our journey for a few days. Min Li shook her head and said, You don't have to say anything to me. Even if you delay it for a year, I do not have any rights to complain. Yuan left the place shortly after with Xiao Hua by his side. With Yuan gone, Lord Luo felt incredibly anxious with two spirit grandmasters that he wasn't familiar with acting as guards there. Hey, Feng Yusheng suddenly looked at Lord Luo, who trembled upon feeling her gaze. Yes, he stood up and responded in a stiff manner. Calm down, I won't eat you or anything. Anyways, can you tell me about the young master's relationship with this city? I would like to know more about him. I'd also like that as well. Lan Yingying agreed. Lord Luo nodded, and he proceeded to recall how Yuan protected their city from the Mountain Lord's invasion. After he finished telling them the story, two more people showed up in the room, and they were Luo Li and Luo Ling, Lord Luo's daughters. Father, I heard that Brother Yuan had returned to the city. Where is he? They immediately began inquiring about Yuan. Seeing these two pretty ladies, Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows and asked, Who are you? They are my daughters, esteemed senior, Lord Luo said. Luo Li, Luo Ling, hurry up and greet the seniors, he then said to the two. But what about Brother Yuan? We didn't come here for them, Luo Ling said, unaware that they were spirit grand masters. Insolence. Lord Luo immediately became angry. Feng Yusheng raised her hand to stop Lord Luo, and she said to the sisters, Exchanged looks with each other, young master? When did Yuan obtain such a beautiful woman as his servant? Luo Ling, the older sister, stepped forward and said in a proud voice, We're his future concubines, and she added a second later, Hopefully. Although Yuan never officially accepted them as his concubines, Luo Ling didn't think too much about her response, since she was only responding to a mere servant. What? Feng Yuxiang's eyes widened with shock. They are only joking with you, esteemed seniors, Lord Luo quickly said. He then turned to look at his daughters and frowned. They are spirit grandmasters. Watch your language. What? The sisters' eyes widened with shock after learning this information. They then got on their knees and apologized for their behavior. Meanwhile, Yuan and Xiaohua arrived at the Flying Sword Sect, at least what it once used to be. Chapter 639, Insanity. This is the Flying Sword Sect? Yuan stood before where the sect should have been located with a clear look of disbelief on his face. However, the Flying Sword Sect was nowhere to be seen. Instead, destroyed buildings and dried blood scattered the place. The scenery is what it would look like after a long and brutal war had just finished. Yuan mumbled in a low voice, Thousands of lives perished here for what? What does the Blood Sect achieve by doing this horrible thing? It won't bring back their sect master's dead son. Unfortunately, this is the harsh reality of the cultivation world. The real cultivation world, where people do unreasonable things, and there's nothing we can do about it. Xiaohua sighed. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, Let's take a look around this place. Are you sure, Brother Yuan? There will be a lot of blood and corpses. It won't be a pretty sight. Yuan nodded. Even so, I want to see it. They proceeded to walk around the unrecognizable and destroyed Flying Sword Sect, passing by many corpses and separated body parts. Yuan stopped walking in front of 3 large stone tablets, which were the only things not completely destroyed there. He looked at the stone tablet in the middle, and on the very top there was a name he was familiar with. Mojo. So you have managed to become rank 1, huh? Congratulations. Yuan congratulated him in a dispirited voice. He then clasped his hands together and bowed to the stone tablet, paying his respects. Brother Yuan, there are people around us? Xiaohua suddenly said. The Blood Sect? Yuan asked. Probably not. They are all spirit apprentices, she said. Why would they be here? When a sect is destroyed, it is common for people to try and salvage everything they can find. These people hope to be lucky and find valuable things such as cultivation techniques and treasures. Yuan frowned. An entire sect is destroyed, and these people are in the mood to look for treasures. Do they have no respect at all? Most people doing this have nothing to lose, and finding even a single cultivation technique could change their lives forever. There would usually be more people. It's probably because of the blood sect's presence. Nobody wants to run into them, after all. Hearing Xiao Hua's explanation, Yuan merely shook his head in silence. Although he cannot blame these people for wanting a better life, it still leaves a bad taste in his mouth. Suddenly, a loud scream resounded. "Ah! Help! The blood sect is here!" Yuan immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice, and without hesitation started running towards the voice. A few moments later, Yuan arrived before a group of individuals being surrounded by these people that were fully cloaked in black robes, with black masks covering their faces. "Please, spare us." The individuals being surrounded got onto their knees and began begging for their lives. However, the masked cultivators responded by drawing their weapons. When Yuan saw this, he shouted, "Stop! Whoosh!" Yuan's Spirit Grand Master cultivation base exploded, instantly halting the masked cultivators and forcing them onto their knees just like those surrounded. "Woo! Who are you? Do you have any idea who we are?" One of the masked figures shouted at Yuan, but he was clearly terrified. "The blood sect, right?" Yuan responded in a calm voice. If you already know, then let us go, unless you want the entire blood sect to hunt you down." The masked figure sneered. "Let you go? So you can kill more innocent people? I'd rather be hunted than let you kill more innocent people." Yuan looked at them with an angry frown on his face. "Tell me, why did you destroy the Flying Sword sect? Why did you kill all these innocent disciples? Why? Why not? They were weak and unfortunate, so they were targeted by Lord Blood." "We're only following our orders," said one of them in an indifferent voice. "And you followed such ridiculous orders? What do you achieve from it besides guilt and blood on your hands?" "Ha! Guilt! What kind of nonsense is that? We don't regret our actions. In fact, we enjoyed every moment of it. Killing these weak disciples and being covered in their blood, it makes my body shiver just thinking about it. This is why we joined the blood sect." "You're all insane." Yuan was left speechless by this individual's lack of humanity. "Brother Yuan, you should save your breath and just kill them all already. Everyone in evil sects is like this, bloodthirsty and insane." Xiao Hua said to him. Yuan gritted his teeth and clenched his hands into fists. Despite all the horrible things they have done, he still hesitates on killing them. After all, they are not just mere NPCs, but real people. If he kills them, that would be akin to killing a real human, and he has never even thought about killing another human before. Seeing his hesitation, Xiao Hua continued to speak. "Brother Yuan, it's okay to kill these kinds of people. The world will be better off without them too. If you don't kill them, they will just go on and kill other innocent people. When that happens, you'll also bear the guilt of their death since you allowed it to happen by not killing these evil cultivators." Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Yuan felt less hesitant on killing them. However, before he could make up his mind, a familiar voice suddenly resounded inside his head. "Why are you hesitating? They are just a couple of useless ants. You can kill them as easily as breathing. I know you want to kill them. Let me show you." Yuan suddenly closed his eyes. Once he reopened them, his eyes were resolute and filled with killing intent, and they were even slightly glowing red. The Empyrean Overlord appeared in his hand the next moment. What do you think you're doing? Our sect master is a Spirit Grandmaster. He'll kill you as easy as breathing." The blood sect disciples began shivering uncontrollably as they watched Yuan slowly approach them with a sadistic grin on his face. "As a killer, you should know very well what I am about to do, right?" Yuan responded, his aura gushing with killing intent. Chapter 640, Killing Each Other. Stop. Let us go. Our blood sect will hunt you and your 9 generations down if you harm us," the blood sect disciples shouted. Yuan stopped walking once he was in front of these people, and he took a long and deep breath. A strong smell of blood and corpses immediately assaulted his nose. "Ha! Ha!" He released a long sigh before speaking. "You know, I don't blame you for killing people. It's the nature of cultivators, after all. However, if you're going to kill someone, you better have a damn good reason." After this sentence, Yuan suddenly lifted the Empyrean Overlord and pointed it at one of the blood sect disciples. "And killing these disciples for your own entertainment is not a good reason. This is why I despise evil sects. You guys are a bunch of boring individuals." The blood sect disciple being pointed at suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his throat, but he was too scared of Yuan's cold gaze to move, not to mention the pressure restricting his body, so he wasn't sure what was causing this pain. However, the other blood sect disciples saw it clearly. Yuan was slowly pushing the tip of his sword into their fellow disciple's throat, penetrating the skin on his neck with no resistance, like it was tofu. "Stop. Are you really not afraid of the blood sect? Our fellow disciples will definitely avenge us and hunt you down," they began shouting. "Hunt me? Ha ha ha!" Yuan moved the sword an inch forward, causing blood to flow from the disciple's neck. He then spoke while continuing to push the sword deeper into the disciple's throat. "How will the blood sect learn of this if I kill all of you? How will you tell them as a ghost?" By the time Yuan finished his sentence, the sword was already halfway through the disciple's neck. Of course, the disciple was already dead at this stage, but Yuan didn't retrieve his sword and continued to push his sword forward until the disciple's head was completely separated from his body. After decapitating the disciple, Yuan swung his leg, kicking the decapitating head as though it was a ball, shocking everyone there. The head flew so far that it disappeared into the horizon. Yuan then turned to look at the rest of the disciples and said with a grin, "Maybe I should let one of you live so that you can avenge your friends. The question is, which of you will live? You're insane." The disciples were in disbelief. Yuan suddenly lifted the pressure restricting them and said, "I have an idea. Why don't you fight each other to death? The last one to remain standing will get to live for another day." "Fuck you! As if we'd listen to you!" When the disciples felt the pressure disappear, one of them immediately tried running away. However, before he could go very far, his body would suddenly stop moving when a hole suddenly appeared in the center of his face. What? What happened? The others were shocked to see this. No, it was because they couldn't see what had killed him that shocked them. When they returned to looking at Yuan, they noticed something new. There was a beautiful black dagger flying beside him. "You can try to run, but I highly doubt you'll be faster than my flying dagger," Yuan said to them in a nonchalant voice. "If we can't run, we'll just kill you, brothers. Let's fight him together." Yuan laughed upon hearing their words. "What can you ants do against me?" The disciples then watched as Yuan start flying towards the sky. He's a spirit grandmaster?" The disciples were shocked to see him fly. They were only spirit warriors, so they didn't know his real cultivation base until now. Furthermore, they assumed that he was a spirit master at most because of his young appearance. Now that they were aware of Yuan's cultivation, all of the hope and viciousness in their eyes disappeared. "I will give you all one last chance. Either you fight each other to death and have a chance to survive, or I kill you all right here and now." Yuan spoke as he gazed down on them from the sky like a god. The blood sect disciples gritted their teeth. They then silently looked at each other with resolute faces. "Don't blame me for this. Die for me." The blood sect disciples began fighting each other the next moment. If they were ordinary cultivators, they might have resisted a little more. But these people were evil cultivators. They were selfish and bloodthirsty people. Even though they were part of the same sect, it was common for them to kill each other. As the saying, "the strong rules, the weak," is even more prominent in evil sects, and there was no rule that prevented them from killing each other. Ha ha ha, that's it, kill each other. Yuan laughed out loud in the sky. Brother Yuan Xiaohua looked at Yuan with a worried look on her face, feeling as though she was looking at an entirely different individual. Yuan turned to look at Xiaohua when he noticed her gaze. When Xiaohua saw Yuan's cold and sinister gaze, she began trembling in fear as he reminded her of someone. "Father." Yuan noticed the fear in Xiaohua's eyes, so he turned back around a moment later and returned to watching the blood sect disciples killing each other. It lasted a few minutes, but eventually only one of them remained. "I have won. Are you going to let me go now, or will you go back on your words and kill me too?" The blood sect disciple shouted at Yuan. "I won't go back on my own words. You're free to go. However, before you leave..." After a moment of silence, Yuan continued, "Tell your sect master that if he wants to avenge his dead son Meng Li to come here in 3 days, I will be waiting for him." "What?" The blood sect disciple's eyes widened with shock after hearing Yuan's words. "You're responsible for Meng Li's death? I guess you can say that." Yuan smiled calmly.